Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the meeting of Budget Council. Before we begin today's meeting, please can we now hold a minute silence to remember over 100,000 lives that have been lost due to the COVID pandemic and in memory of Captain Sir Tom Moore. Thank you for that. Council will consider the budget motion of Cabinet at agenda item 5. Four amendments to the motion have been received. A procedure chart has been circulated to all members advising of the process for the evening's meeting, which has been agreed with leading members. The motion of Cabinet shall be debated before we then consider the amendments in the order that we will be received by the Chief Executive following the debate on the amendments. Each amendment shall be voted upon it in turn. Please note that in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.7, all voting shall be by recorded vote. Please can all members please unmute their microphones at the beginning of each recorded vote. If any member fails to respond to the roll call after 2 opportunities, their name shall be called a final time and at the end of the roll call. So please, it's a really important meeting. That make sure that you don't leave at the time when there's a voting, and make sure that you're unmuted. Please note that the movers of an amendment shall have the same length of time to speak to their amendment as that taken by the mover of the Cabinet motion. A maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is longer. All other speakers will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with the Council Procedure Rules. Can I remind members to only speak when I have invited them to do so, and to use the chat function if they do wish to speak. Members are also asked to communicate via chat bar if they wish to raise a point of order or a personal explanation at any point during the meeting. Each member may speak to the substantive motion and once on the amendment. If all amendments fall, there will be an opportunity for comments on the motion from councillors who have not previously spoken on their Cabinet motion. If an amendment is approved, becoming the substantive motion, no further amendments shall be voted upon. A further vote shall then take place on the substantive motion, and if approved, this shall be agreed the budget. There will be a 15-minute break in the meeting at an appropriate time. Now we move on to item 2. Can I ask business managers to advise if there is any apologies or absence? Sorry, can we go back? Chief Executive, I think Julie's gonna. Are you there, Julie?
I am indeed, Mayor. Good evening, members. For the benefit of members of the public watching this, this is Julie Muscroft. I'm the Council's monitoring officer. It's not the Chief Executive, but I would like to remind members of the provisions of Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992 in relation to the main agenda item at number 5, which is the budget. This means that if you are present today virtually and an amount of council tax is payable by you and has remained unpaid for at least 2 months, you should at the meeting and as soon as practicable after its commencement disclose the fact that Section 106 applies to you, and you shall not vote on any question concerning the budget motion. If it applies to you, you may speak on the item, but you must not vote. So I would ask that if anybody needs to declare that, they should do that now, and do that please in the chat box, and then you'll be invited to speak if that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So we'll move on to item 2 now. Can I ask the group business managers to advise if there is any absence or apologies?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Sokol.
Yeah, the Labour Group have no apology. All present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's just put that on up. Councillor Monroe.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Everybody is present today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So there's no further apologies. Thank you. Can we move on to item 3? I move that the minutes of the meeting held on 13 January 2021 be approved as a correct record. Is that seconded?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I second the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a show of hands, please? That's carried. We're on to item 4. A list of granted dispensations has been circulated and published. Does any members wish to declare an interest in any of the agenda items? No?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I put something in the chat box.
So if you, Councillor Kendrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not at all sure about this. I have sent a message to David Strictly, but obviously very late on. Just to say I have a relative who works for third sector leaders, which is funded by this council. And I didn't know if that was an issue I needed to declare.
Yeah, I think if you're not sure, just fill in. Please, I'll just go through this. Please, can I remind members to complete and submit a declaration of interest. So if you think there is an interest, just fill in the form, on the agenda and just send it in. Can we move on to item 5? I will now invite Councillor Pando to present the motion of Cabinet. Councillor Pando.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to everybody. Mr. Mayor, it's going to be a year on 16th of March when we will be heading into the lockdown, and since the pandemic took a dip on normal life as we know it. We have seen lives lost, we've seen livelihoods affected, but at the same time we've seen communities come together in a way that I would have only dreamt of. We've seen the voluntary community sector come into their own, whilst normal everyday living, the private sector came to a standstill. Last year, Mr. Mayor, I set my vision in terms of what we need to do moving forward, in terms of how we can actually make a big impact to the people we are here to serve. Even more importantly, it's also important to note that the council is actually a lifeline to a lot of residents that we're actually serving. We've already lost a decade in austerity. Since 2010, year on year, we were putting budgets forward and we were basically just trying to make ends meet, and it was very, very difficult. I'm sure many of the councillors who were serving on this council would know exactly how difficult it was. And we can't have a repeat of that anymore. No one wants to go back to that era where we were just making cuts on cuts. We weren't really doing what we were here to do, and nobody wants to make the cuts. Last year we knew the pandemic was coming, but we didn't really understand the damage and the devastation it would do and how it would change the way we are working. And just an example of that is this council meeting, Mr. Mayor. Who would have known that we would be actually conducting this budget meeting virtually, and all the subsequent budget meetings that council meetings that have taken place since March. I, for one, I'm longing to get back in the council chamber and see you all and have a debate with you properly, face to face, because I think that puts a lot of spirit back into the organisation. But we are doing what we can, and I'm sure we're doing the best we can. What we can't allow during this change is for our ambitions to be stifled or to be halted. That is one thing we cannot afford to do. I'm committed to delivering what we stood for in Kirklees during the setting of the vision and the strategy. I want to make Kirklees a place where everybody's included. Nobody gets left behind. Everybody has an opportunity to thrive to their full potential. They can prosper and make sure that we actually live in the happiest borough in the country. And I am really committed to that, and I genuinely mean that to take place. If others can do it, why can't we? I want to lock down potential by investing in our communities, investing in our people, investing in our services, and investing in our infrastructure. We have the building blocks, we have the foundations, and the budget before you isn't just a budget of investment, it's actually the backbone of our recovery. It's a recovery budget in its complete entirety. It's our ambitions, and it leaves no one behind. Tackling inequalities has been a massive issue, and we've seen that, Mr. Mayor, in the last 12 months. The pandemic has magnified how unfair, how the injustices that have gripped the country, and how health inequalities have actually got wider and the gaps got wider. Poverty is a big issue. Skills, education is a big issue. We saw how those kids who can't afford laptops or means of having lessons virtually impacts on the very core of a child's well-being and the very core of a child's development. These are the injustices we must all face up to, and these are the injustices we want to tackle in this budget. Age, race, socio-economic background all play the factor, and we have all seen that the evidence we have had for many, many years, that evidence has actually just exponentially grown in terms of what we need to do as a society. Those inequalities have been there for decades, so I'm not putting this blame at anybody's door. You know, I think over consecutive governments, we've not really grasped the nettle and actually put our budgets in such a way to actually start to actually address the issues we've seen. History has shown us time and time again that recessions hit, and they hit everybody. But unfortunately, those who are on the fringes of the economy and society are hit the hardest. And when we have a recovery, the people who are on the fringes also are the ones who lose out. When we have a boom, again, the people on the fringes, the people who are marginalised, the people who are not included in mainstream society, and unfortunately the number is growing, so we need to do something to make sure that we make a difference. We don't have all the answers, and that's why the councillors I've seen working hard over the many, many months all deserve credit and all need to be listened to. We also need to listen to our communities to help shape what we want to do in the future. That's why we set up an Inequality Commission, which will ask the questions. We will also get answers that we might not want to hear. That won't be easy, because we know that for the last 10 years, we were going through a series of cuts on cuts and austerity took a grip on the council, not just ours, councils across the country, current councils on a cross-party basis. You know, it doesn't matter if you're a Labour council, Lib Dem led, or a Conservative council, we have all been hit in the same way. But I would argue that we have probably been hit the hardest because our tax base, we've not really actually developed our tax base to actually make sure that we can sustain a future for this council. 60% of our funding has been cut since 2010. That's led to 33% council tax rise since 2010. That's led to hundreds of millions of pounds being cut on this council budget. If we don't make the right decision, the funding gap could potentially increase by £21 million by 2026. We've been very, very careful with our financial management. We've had a robust regime in place by working very closely with our officers and our elected members to make sure that our financial position has always been very, very strong. And that's why I can present to you this budget, which you will see is the most boldest budget that I've ever seen in terms of moving forward. Adult social care, many of you will know, I'm teaching to the converted, but it's always worth repeating the message. Adult social care, as we know, is at a crisis point. It has been for many, many years. It's a ticking time bomb, and on the back of the pandemic, issues have been magnified a lot more starkly. We need a long-term settlement. We need a long-term strategy, and we need to make sure that whichever government is in power, we do actually push to make sure that the LGA that's working extremely hard does actually get the fair deal that we want for adult social care. I'll give you an example, Mr. Mayor. The NHS and the care workers were both being clapped, quite rightly so, but the NHS actually is far better funded than adult social care. And one thing that we are arguing with the LGA is if you get adult social care right, that will save money upstream in terms of making sure that the pressure on the NHS will be lifted. A quick example in terms of how much we invest in our staff. The NHS, and this is from ADAS, I was at a meeting last week, and ADAS reported that our NHS invests on average £1,400 per staff member in terms of making sure that they give them the right tools and equipment to do the job. In contrast, local authorities at social care on average invest £140 per staff. That's a tenfold difference, which I was actually targeted to actually understand and realise. So there's a lot more we need to do for our staff. Waiting for another year to take the 1.5% precept will be letting our staff down. We'll be letting the heroes we were clapping for down. We have to put this money in now. It's a quick fix to delay the 1.5% for a later year. The reason why we're doing that is because the government has told us that we have to make sure that we actually safeguard our elderly population, and that is what we are doing. We need to invest the money now. We can't delay any longer. That's why this budget will be putting in £110 million to our most vulnerable, and we are going to invest where it really matters. The precept will only generate £5.6 million to prop up a sticking plaster solution to our social care. This, to my view, is cynical, short-sighted, and above all, it's unfair. Our ability to raise council tax is limited. Most of our council taxpayers are on band A. That means that the amount of money we raise is minimal. We don't have the rich suburbs that other parts of the country have, where they can raise millions and millions. The pace and the rate of demand in adult social care is going up. And like I said earlier, Mr. Mayor, the pandemic has made things worse. The situation is getting a lot worse, and we are seeing people coming into the system that should not have actually come in this earlier on. We've heard of long COVID, and anecdotal evidence is showing that these people will actually put added strain on an already broken system. We need to make sure that all adults are looked after. Their well-being is the priority for us. When you add on the 1.99%, which is the remainder for the basic rate of council tax, the difference it will make, or the impact it will have on each household on band A, which will be £1, and on band D it will be £1.50. And again, this will be levied on people who can afford it. If people can't afford it, we have put a lot more investment and a lot more resource into welfare provision. So nobody should be worse off. This is a budget that is affordable, and this is the budget that will actually deliver Kirklees. Our priorities remain the same. The budget is about making sure that our values and our priorities are delivered. These are more important than ever. Regenerating our towns and villages, making sure that our proposals tonight include what people have told us that they want. We want to invest in the place, we want to invest in children, and we want to continue to make sure that we invest in our climate emergency that we all signed up to, and we've got a very clear vision to actually achieve that by 2038 in terms of being carbon neutral. Our proposals tonight include £650 million of capital investment. This is the most ambitious and far-reaching plan we have ever seen in this council. This is additional to the £180 million we've already highlighted in our housing development programmes. Already, we have seen plans getting developed in Huddersfield and Dewsbury. We've submitted a town bid in partnership with government for Dewsbury, totaling £58 million. We've seen the procurement of George Hotel. This was something that this council was always raising, quite rightly so. We've managed to procure it. The Rugby League Museum has actually accepted our bid, and in the very near future, that will be the national headquarters of Rugby League. What a fantastic achievement. We've also seen the market in Huddersfield having new designs that have been developed. We've seen Pioneer House. For many, many years, we've actually had faith in that organisation, faith in what we were doing, and now I'm really pleased to say that Dewsbury College is finally moving in, and what such magnificent end outcome we've achieved. That will hopefully springboard the regeneration of Dewsbury even further. I've also mentioned that in the future we will be looking at investing in our town centres, and I'm pleased to say that places like Batley, Heckman White, Holmfirth and Cleckheaton will also be having some plans drawn up in the very near future. That will then allow inward investment, and that will allow councillors in them particular areas to engage with us to make sure that we actually do then bring in as much inward investment as possible. And there is a new air of bounce back, I think, but it needs to be different. We can't do the things that we've been doing for many, many years, and that's where local councils' input will be extremely important. We need to kickstart further investment and create a new future. Stepping up to regenerate those villages is also part of this budget that I'm proposing today, Mr. Mayor. Children's services remains a massive priority, and I'm sure arguably it's one of the biggest challenges we face. I'm really pleased that we've actually well on trajectory to achieve an excellent children's services. No child in this borough can be left behind, and every child needs to be given every single opportunity to achieve their full potential. And that's the only way we will ensure that we achieve our journey towards excellence. The priority to invest will also make sure that we eradicate child poverty. Only last meeting we were discussing children, and we all know that the data in there were not very pleasing in terms of where we are going with child poverty. We need to close that gap. We need to make sure we carry on investing in early intervention services and support learning and make sure every child is healthy and safe. That's why this budget is investing £78 million to support children. That's making sure that our aim to make sure that best opportunity is given to release the full potential of every single child, regardless of what background they come from, and to make sure that every child succeeds. That is our plan, that is our ambition, and I'm sure we all share the same thing. I mentioned our climate emergency. I'm really pleased that last year we managed to get a climate commission chaired by Councillor Richard Murgatroyd, and we had a cross-party buy-in on that. And we've already set a clear ambition and roadmap to making sure that we achieve that ambition by 2038. I'm also really pleased that we've got some amendments from the Green Group and the Lib Dem Group. And I'm optimistic that the proposal that they've put forward, in one way or another, we will address them. I'm sure my colleague, Councillor Paul Davis, will have more to say on this. But the only way we can actually achieve that ambition is to make sure that we are open to new ideas. And just because another group comes up with the idea doesn't mean to say that, oh, we can't take that on. We will take it on if it makes sense and if we can deliver it. It's not just about delivering charging points, although that is very, very important, and we've done a lot of work on that, we have to also understand that this climate emergency agenda affects every single person. It affects the planet and it affects the future of the human race and humankind as we know it. That's why we need to win hearts and minds. That's why we need to make sure that people, for example, who can't afford electric vehicles, we understand what they need and what motivates them to actually do their bit to save the planet and to make sure that we achieve our ambitions. Many can't afford to get electric vehicles, that's the bottom line. We need to invest in our public transport, we need to improve our bus stations, we need to improve our walkways, cycle routes, and also how people access from one mode of transport to another. We need to make it more easier. And we need to link how the region is actually working on these agendas so we can actually have a regeneration plan that's actually all-inclusive and hits all the indicators in terms of the climate emergency. That's why I'm really, really pleased that we're going to be committing £7.9 million in this budget, and over the next 5 years, we'll be investing over £54 million on this climate emergency agenda. Things like tree planting, charging points, heat network in Huddersfield, and air quality, and much, much more will all come through in the pipeline. And I'm sure Councillor Paul Davis will actually provide more information on that. On top of that, we're going to invest £2 million on active travel schemes in the borough. So, Mr. Mayor, I can carry on, but I'm nearly finished. This year has been a challenging and difficult time. One thing I've realised during these difficult times is each and every one of us is vital to the recovery. Each and every one of us is passionate about our areas. This pandemic has brought one thing very close to my heart. I understand people matter, councillors matter, community matters. It doesn't matter which party you're from. The way I see each and every one of you work hard in your organisations, in your communities, in your localities, I take my hat off to you. And that's why I want people to engage with their passion and with their feeling. You know your areas, you know what we need to do. This budget, once it's approved in whatever form, is your budget. You can make it work. We have a big task ahead. The pandemic has shown that I cannot do this myself, the Chief Exec cannot do this herself. We need our staff, our councillors and our communities to work hand in glove. That is the only way we'll actually create a new future. We need to provide hope. The hope is via councillors. The hope is to create a new future. Everyone has got to be a stakeholder in this budget, and I hope we can all support that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Pando. Can I just say, before we carry on, can I just say to members that please do not register to speak on the amendments yet. When we come to that, then you can register, but not at this time, because you're just, typing in and saying that, you want to speak, and it's confusing us here. So, is that seconded?
Mr. Mayor, I'll second that. I'll second that and reserve the right.
Thank you. Are there any comments, Councillor Khan?
Mr. Mayor, there's a point of order being raised in the chat bar. And understanding orders, point of order should be heard straight away. And this was raised nearly a quarter of an hour ago.
Councillor Bolt, we did see the point of order, but we were trying to get back to you, but obviously there was a bit of a delay. So sorry about that. But I think the members should know, we've explained this at the starting, explained everything, but still members are trying to write on the chat saying that they want to speak, and it's confusing. There's a lot of things coming through, and it's confusing us. So you should understand our side here, where there's 69 councillors trying to come in through the system, and we're sitting here trying to listen to the leader on the motion, and to disturb him, that's not right, is it? So we'll carry on. So is there Councillor Khan?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Can I raise the point of order?
My point of order.
And he should be heard immediately.
Well, I've said it to you. I said, look, we tried to get back to you, but obviously there was a bit of a delay, and we apologise for that.
Sorry, it's my point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Go on, John.
Yeah, I appreciate what you said about not disrupting the flow of the meeting. That's fine. I think there was I raised the point of order because it was not clear at the beginning in the explanation that's what we needed to do, and I understood it, and I think other members, that we would need to wait until you indicated that we could register to speak. And so there's a number of people, indicated to speak while Shabir was presenting the motion, and that was also not what we've been doing in the previous council as well. We've usually waited until the mover of the motion has spoken before people are allowed to register to speak. So that's why I raised the point of order, and clearly at least one member had registered to speak on the amendments, which was clearly not acceptable. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And we do, I think at the starting should have been a bit more clear. Thank you. So can we have Councillor Khan now, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking in support of the budget motion. I say this every year, as did my predecessor, Councillor Kendricks. We urgently need a long-term sustainable funding solution for adult social care. The Tory government promised to produce a long-term plan for 2017, 4 years on, and we're still waiting. The long-term sustainability of care provision is challenged in view of the significant amount of short-term funding, often ring-fenced, which impacts on the way we are able to commission support and staffing. Budgets within the adult social care system are stretched, with concerns that they may not be sufficient. The ongoing and future impact of the pandemic, both in terms of long COVID and how the market will remain viable, will only further exacerbate this issue. In addition to increasing demographic pressures, there is potential for increased volume growth and heightened complexity of need, all of which may need a wider budget envelope. Now, without further clarity around future budgets and national funding, it is hard to plan with any great certainty. Many care homes are facing an uncertain future. The care market was fragile prior to the pandemic, and the government's failure to place a protective ring around care homes at the onset of the pandemic has further exacerbated the situation, leaving many providers on the brink of bankruptcy. The pandemic has had a devastating effect on the care sector, both in terms of the appalling but avoidable loss of life, but also in destabilising the market further. At the onset of the pandemic, the Tories recklessly ordered trusts to discharge patients from hospitals into care homes with no testing for COVID-19 infections. This has inexcusably contributed to the world-beating record number of deaths, with up to 1/3 of those who lost their lives tragically being from care homes and nursing homes. Whether this was an oversight or a deliberate execution of conservative philosophy of natural selection and survival of the fittest is open to debate. The evidence points to the latter, starting with Boris Johnson's launch of his politically motivated herd immunity approach at a time when other countries were prudently closing borders and taking measures to protect their citizens. This was followed by a series of catastrophic mistakes and persistent delays in taking action in the face of overwhelming scientific evidence. We're nearly a year on from the onset of the pandemic, and still the government does not have a strategic approach to managing the pandemic long term. Given that preventable underlying health conditions such as obesity, diabetes and heart disease contribute significantly to the likelihood of serious consequences from COVID-19 infections, logic dictates a need for an increased investment and a stronger approach to addressing the health needs of the nation. Key opportunities to improve the health of the nation were lost by government. However, on a local level, we will continue to invest in raising the health and well-being of our residents. Also, the COVID-19 pandemic caused national delays in screening and a reduction in people attending routine screens due to concerns around COVID-19. This disruption in public health protection services, as well as the delays in urgent elective treatments, will no doubt lead to more avoidable deaths and serious illness. The Tory government has done nothing to address these long-term health concerns.
Councillor Khan, can you pause it for 1 minute, please? Councillor David Hall, point of order. Can you explain, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pretty horrified at what I've just heard, which is an accusation that the government would deliberately send people to their deaths in order to get them out of hospitals because it is a point of philosophy. Please, can that be withdrawn? I'm not bothered whether that's a point of order or not. It is an absolutely disgraceful allegation, Mr. Mayor.
Can I respond, please? I said it's debatable. I didn't state a fact, but it certainly
can you
indicates.
Carry on, please?
Yes,
can you carry on with your? Yeah, can you carry on?
Right, where was that? This disruption in public health protection services, as well as delays in urgent elective treatments, will no doubt lead to more avoidable deaths and serious illness. The Tory government has done nothing to address these long-term health concerns. We can't rely on this government to think strategically and holistically about health matters. Mr. Mayor, the Labour budget is centred on the needs of our residents and puts the well-being of people at the heart of everything we do, and I am pleased to commend it to the Council. Thank you.
Councillor McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our budget is balanced and responsible, but it remains aspirational. It responds to the extraordinary situation of this financial year. Beyond it, it manages a service provision which can cope with current uncertainties, but maintain an ambition and an ability to fund a massive regeneration programme. This will give life to the Huddersfield Blueprint and the Dewsbury Master Plan. It funds resources to maintain children's services at a level which steers well clear of special measures, a housing service which delivers on our ambitions to build at a rate specified in the local plan. We plan no cuts for waste collection, waste disposal or highway maintenance, whilst adding to our commitments on climate change. Our major investments in transport and regeneration funded by the Combined Authority are subject to checks on schemes to conform with the climate change emergency resolution passed at West Yorkshire. We are now reflecting our role in the provision of public health in a proactive manner, assessing our initiatives in terms of their input to the health and well-being of the public. With regard to education, although our resources for schools are transferred to to a supportive role, the service has been coordinated and supported with regard to school transport, meals and other ancillary service. This supportive function has brought home the significance of our strategic role. Ours is a budget which is ambitious, reflected in these investment plans, not in rhetoric or token gestures. Our investment has met the challenges of a children's services now more than adequate and out of special measures because of previous investment, which we will undoubtedly sustain. A housing service underfunded by the government and by the private sector in the absence of a local plan. Now we have a local plan and a commitment to invest in its priorities reflected in this budget. It constitutes a massive financial commitment to the town centres in our main towns and our main arterial roads, plus plans for all areas commensurate with their size and needs. This is most evident in the Huddersfield Blueprint and the Dewsbury Master Plan. The public has evidence of these transformational changes. In Huddersfield, they can see the George Hotel being refurbished. The former sports centre, now a temporary car park, is to be the centre for the university's £250 million investment in health studies. Roadworks connecting the bus and rail station and planned this year pedestrianisation of Crosschurch Street, a major upgrade of New Street, in addition a 2-kilometre upgrade of Leeds Road with greening a major feature of the improvement, plus further enhancement of the ring road from the university and the roads leading out to Lockwood and Manchester Road. In total, £50 million, an unprecedented scale of investment. In Dewsbury, Pioneer House, expensively refurbished, is now open. It's a linchpin in the town centre redevelopment. The arcade is being redeveloped. And of course, this is a lead into the market, which itself is shortly to be refurbished, plus a remodeled bus station to match the impressive improvements already achieved in the rail station. So the large sums in the budget are manifestations of the blueprint and master plan of our two main towns are being delivered. On a smaller scale, we'll see Holmfirth Centre transformed in collaboration.
Councillor McBride, 30 seconds.
I'm just finishing. In collaboration with the town council and Heckman Mike, will see a new bus station and the route to Cleckheaton with improvements for bus cyclists and walkers. In total, a £10 million investment. In short, our money is being invested in the future of all our communities, commensurate with their size and the needs of their areas.
Councillor McBride, time's over. Thank you. Can we have Councillor Sheikullah, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We live in difficult... Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. We live in very difficult times, and well before the pandemic, we have seen that our local demands have outweighed our current supply. And this dates back years, but during that time, we've had to continue to provide services. We've continued to invest in people. We've continued to invest in places. And Peter's highlighted some of the improvements there with New Street and the pedestrianisation at Cross Street. And then there's the upgrade and the improvement to Lockwood to Longroyd Bridge and onto Manchester Road. And in total, £50 million in an 18-month period. Unprecedented regenerational investment. And it's not just Huddersfield and Dewsbury in Pioneer House and the purchase of the George Hotel, but there have been major improvements earmarked for our towns and villages as well. And a good example of that would be in Holmfirth. And within my own ward, Mr. Mayor, we've seen £800,000 invested to create a new library within one of the most marginalised societies within Kirklees. And it's much welcomed by the community, and many of the people have gone on to describe it as not just being about books and IT, but a lifeline, Mr. Mayor, for some of the families and the communities that are down there. And it's not just Greenhead that there are plans to redevelop, but there are plans for other libraries to be redeveloped. I strongly feel that these legacies will live long and the benefit will last for years. Our investment in regeneration is much wider, and we have not neglected any area. And I would urge members to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can we have Councillor Cathy Scott, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supporting this Labour budget because I believe that we are focusing on the right priorities with people, places, spaces at the heart of what we do. We're living in extraordinary times with a pandemic that no one could have imagined would wreak havoc across this world. I'm here to say that we have a housing crisis here in Kirklees with over 14,000 applications for housing. I can equally say our partners and organisations out there will say the same. The pressures are real and slowly increasing. Private landlords are trying to fill the gap, but there aren't enough properties on the market for even them to fulfil this need. The housing crisis never went away, and there is a torrent of foreclosures and evictions on the horizons. How are we going to offer affordable housing to the most vulnerable families? The LGA estimates that there will be 2 million people on a council waiting list by the end of this year, and that's across this country. More and more people will be living in HMOs with the lack of privacy and space, which in turn will impact on mental health and cause more health crises we are already struggling with, and I think you all will agree with that. Our Labour values will never falter. We will build new homes and of all tenures, council houses, affordable, private, and give people the decent homes they deserve. We need to address the problems in our communities. We are all coming across people that are asset rich and cash poor. They're no longer able to keep the upkeep of their homes. Savings are no longer exist for them. It's just a source. It was a source of income for them. Now it's just misery and poverty on the horizon for many people, especially our elderly and most vulnerable and retired. Poverty, hardship and inequality are rising rapidly. Universal credit is no longer a safety net, and many hard-working families are now finding out that £95 a week does not pay the food and bills. Mortgage interest support does not start until 9 months in, and then it's only unknown, which is where a charge is put on your property and it has to be paid back. And this is sad that people are in this situation. This Labour budget is about supporting people, communities and the environment, and we're doing the right thing. We have prioritised mental health, and which you all know, councillors in this chamber, you were all involved. We injected 690,000 into the Place Partnership to support communities across Kirklees, and councillors were leading on this work for the mental health. We were told for 10 years that there's no money in public services, social care, welfare, wage rises, council services and the NHS due to the financial crisis in 2008 caused by the bankers. We had to tighten our belts and balance our budgets. We now know two things. Despite trashing the country through austerity, government debt actually went up during this 10 years, and since then COVID money has been pouring out of every orifice. So where has that come from? Is this the 197 million that you took away from us? Because that's what's happened. And how are these billions going to be paid back? I worry today for the future of the people, because we're going to be paying for this in years to come, and so are our children. Public realm has been falling apart at the seams. Just walk around your town centres, empty buildings crumbling through lack of investment and repair. Not our fault, it was what was taken away from us. Our towns and villages are a trail of human misery and degradation. Years of austerity has now exposed this in our very visible and unpleasant way of our rundown spaces,
30 seconds,
roads and infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just ask everybody to support this budget, and in doing so, it's about values and people that we hold dear. I know people will be muttering tonight, you've got to cut your cloth accordingly. Well, I'm sorry, it's rags that we've got. We're trying the best we can. And if you have got any values as a politician, you would put your community and people at the forefront of what we do.
Thank you for that. Councillor Viv Kendrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm proud of the continuing support that this Labour administration and this proposed budget provides for children's services for all families, children and young people in Kirklees. We want to give every child in Kirklees the best start, and that begins with helping and supporting families when needed, but there isn't one size that fits all. Our investment in early help is essential to support families when they need it, whether it's pre-birth, support for special needs, providing therapies for difficult situations, providing support and access to advice on things like housing, employment, education and so on. This investment and the work of services across the authority is it so that our children thrive and get the best start in Kirklees, and that family breakdowns are avoided as much as possible. For some children and young people, family breakdown becomes unavoidable. Children's Services and this budget proposal seeks to have high quality provision leading to high quality outcomes for our children who are looked after. This budget looks to increase access to therapies, develop youth provision, safe places to go, things to do, to provide wraparound support to our foster carers and greater support to our care leavers to achieve positive outcomes. It is an invest-to-save budget with investment to ensure sufficiency of places for care, for education, providing services in Kirklees for Kirklees children and families. And therefore, I have no objection and huge enthusiasm to support this Labour budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I keep on.
Thank you for that. Can we have Councillor Burke, please?
So I don't know whether I can do my speech because I didn't hear anything.
Councillor Mather
is interrupting me.
Saying.
Councillor Mather, we've got Councillor Burke next.
Sorry,
Councillor Burke.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hello. Hello.
Okay. Apologies, Mr. Mayor. I'll begin. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Councillor Burke, can you have just 1 minute, please? Yeah. Councillor Mather, what did you say, please?
I said I was having problems. I've just been thrown out a few times. Is it my space now?
No, Councillor Mather, it's Councillor Burke.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burke, sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The budget, apart from being light on detail, to me lacks ambition and fails to deal with many issues the authority now faces, along with the concerns of our residents, and sadly does not capitalise on some of the excellent partnership work that has been taking place. Although being mentioned, we could have done a lot more with partnership. And when it comes to partnership work, in the Spent Valley and Colne Valley, partnerships have led to a lot of improvements. In particular, when it comes to mental health, a priority identified by ward members in the Colne Valley Place partnership. And mental health and well-being work has been improving access to support families, children, young people, parents, carers who live in the Colne Valley, Golka and Linley wards, improving the resilience and coping strategies of families who are facing challenges as communities deal with lockdowns and adjust to the new normal. Now more than ever, mental health and well-being issues need to be addressed, and the Cabinet could have built on this excellent work for all of Kirklees. Mental health should have the same priority as physical health. Staying mentally well should be given the same priority by this council as keeping physically fit. Sadly, this budget does not go far enough to invest more in our place partnerships and all of the work that has taken place. There's been talk of investments and blueprints and everything else, and you wouldn't think that by looking around at the state of our roads. Our roads are crumbling with inadequate pothole filling that in some cases in my own ward in Linley lasts less than a week. Roads in Kirklees are an absolute disgrace. So whilst talking about millions of investment and regeneration, let's get the simple things sorted out before we start thinking about blueprints. Okay? A responsible administration would invest appropriately and stop the temporary short-term fixes. You have choices here, so invest in our roads. It is clear from the Labour budget that doing more for the environment, dealing with the climate emergency and implementing green initiatives are not high on the agenda. More thought and action needs to be placed on electrical vehicle lease schemes, electrical vehicle charging, lamp column charging, more air quality monitoring, healthy streets and livable streets initiatives, something which I and colleagues in the Linley Ward, Councillor Smith and Eastwood, have put forward many times without success. We need to reduce traffic, pollution and noise, create more attractive, accessible and people-friendly streets where everybody can enjoy spending time and being physically active, and ultimately to improve people's health. Climate change is the real threat to society. It's clear that we have to act, and creating healthier streets is undoubtedly a step in the right direction. We need to be committed to creating an accessible, sustainable and people-friendly towns and villages in Kirklees. There is no time to waste and we have to do more for our environment now. Unfortunately, I could go on and pick more holes in this budget, but time doesn't permit me to expose the other inadequacies. We know our current financial circumstances. We have the options, we have choices. You could have made different choices and thereby produced a different budget that would help our economy, our environment, improve our roads and health and well-being of our residents. That said, we have choices. We are restricted by a Conservative government that does not care for local authorities like Kirklees. As a consequence of these extreme Conservative cuts, the National Audit Office has warned that trends in local councils are not financially sustainable over the medium term and that there are risks to statutory services. I hope Councillor Pandor and other members of the Cabinet mean what they say when they say they're going to listen. We need fair and sustainable funding for all our communities. You need to consider alternatives and different views. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Paul Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking in support of this motion. This is a budget for all of Kirklees. It's a budget to address need, to create an environment of hope and aspiration for all of our citizens. It's to aid recovery from COVID and to put in place a sustainable base for the creation of improved economic and health outcomes across all of our communities. There are many important elements to this budget, but I will concentrate on the commitment and ambition that this Labour administration has shown in driving forward its climate change strategy. And I'm really pleased to see that in the amendments, there is a great interest in this area of climate change. And as the previous speaker mentioned, a great interest from the Lib Dems. And I look forward to working with all members across the council on this issue going forward. Certainly the door is open to anybody who wants to come forward with ideas and wants to work collaboratively. So, as we know, in November 2019, the council set an ambitious target for Kirklees to achieve district-wide net zero carbon emissions by 2038. This Labour administration continues to give the highest priority to our climate change strategy. And in 2021, we will see a significant step change in the pace of implementation of our action plan. Our achievements to date include a 53.5% reduction in the council's carbon footprint in 2019-20 against a baseline of 2005 and 2006. We're currently establishing a Kirklees Climate Commission, which will commence in spring of this year, and supporting the new regional Yorkshire and Humber Climate Commission. We're reducing the carbon footprint of our fleet and have invested £1 million to speed up this change. And as a result, we deliver an additional 35 electric fleet vehicles along with the necessary charging infrastructure. And in 2021-22, we'll be investing £1 million in a network of electric vehicle public charging infrastructure to encourage public uptake of low emission vehicles and obviously to help improve air quality across the district. And currently we're planning a 2-day Young People's Climate Festival for March of this year. This is a starting point of our engagement with our youth and will be an ongoing climate change conversation with young people in Kirklees. By the end of March this year, we'll have planted 32,000 trees since 2019. And we're working closely with the White Rose Forest Partnership to secure external funding to really take that momentum further forward. And as councillors will know, we have a new waste strategy that we're working on, and the council's investing 33 million in our transition to a modern, greener waste service. We're also progressing a really exciting development in Huddersfield. That's the district heat network. This is a key low carbon enabling technology for the town. And we secured just over 300,000 of government funds to help us develop the business case. But we do recognise these are just first steps in our journey to net zero and addressing the climate emergency. And we are developing a more detailed climate emergency roadmap, an associated programme of work. And we will be focusing on a number of key themes: council emissions, build environment, natural environment and green infrastructure, sustainable, clean and green economy, travel and transport, waste and resources. In each of those areas, there will be a detailed roadmap showing us the way forward to net zero. We are developing and will continue to develop effective partnerships and collaborative arrangements across Kirklees, and the Kirklees Climate Commission is crucial in achieving this. We're also looking at extensive communication and culture change strategies to help us with behavioural changes that are needed. And connecting with each part of our communities across Kirklees is vital. It is key that we support this budget in order to help us ensure that Kirklees continues its journey to becoming a net zero local authority by 2038. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Carol Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to speak, of course, in support of this budget motion. Firstly, I wish to thank Councillor Turner and the officers for producing a balanced budget, which encompasses the Labour group of aspirations for our communities at a time when it has been so very difficult to be able to know from day to day what funds are or will be available to achieve this. I think I heard today that there has been something like 30 small funding pots made available to councils, which has made it almost impossible to plan and budget strategically. And so much funding has been promised but not materialised. High needs funding, for instance, promised 2 or 3 years ago. Funding due to schools for the costs involved in responding to COVID in schools not paid out. Laptop provision not fulfilled. Free school meals provision not fulfilled, and catch-up funding for schools to help children struggling as a result of the pandemic. So well done to all involved in turning our desires to provide outstanding children's services and inclusive communities into this budget strategy. We have not been deterred, and we have put into this budget the resources we need to meet all of our aspirations. And we have, as a result, obtained the 3rd highest number of laptops for children in the country, and to ensure that all children have the resources that they need to learn from home, including access to the internet. We've gone further and provided another 1,300 from our own budget. It's just one of the high priorities which is reflected in our budget proposals as we go forward. We also announced that we would fund free school meals with vouchers well before the government responded to Marcus Rashford's campaign. And we are still providing these whilst the government is refusing to tackle holiday hunger. We are ensuring school transport, which has long been underfunded, is fully funded in the coming year, providing an extra 300,000 into the base budget. The SEND Inclusion Fund is being boosted by 500,000. Providing essential early year support. The new integrated family services will also see an uplift of resources, providing early intervention and prevention support to families. These will be wraparound family services to ensure children have the support they need in their communities across our borough from 0 to 19 years of age. It will certainly be an improvement on what was a sure start, something the coalition destroyed in the name of austerity. We are spending large amounts of money refurbishing schools because we want all local children to have the best start and opportunities that we can give them. And bringing all this together, we will introduce in the new school year a new learning strategy, which will ensure that we make the most of all of these achievements. And as well as providing outstanding children's services, we also want to ensure that we have inclusive, resilient communities. The pandemic has been said many times to have shone a spotlight on disadvantage and inequalities in our communities. And we are committed to doing something about this. We will be putting resources into our Community Champions scheme, helping those most disadvantaged communities to get back on their feet, building on the work we've undertaken during the crisis and the lessons learnt from that. We are committed to delivering better community services to tackle antisocial behaviour, domestic abuse, prevent, inclusion, detached youth service. I could go on. Which we will deliver safer and more inclusive communities. And there will, again, be shortly a new inclusion strategy to ensure this as well. So we've learned a lot from COVID, and there is no going back, and we must carry that forward. Much of the progress that we have made, and this budget enables us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Gwen Law.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and my thanks too for everyone who's inputted into creating this budget. Not an easy task. We are committed to provide the best care and support possible to ensure our residents and those who depend on us to have a safe and decent quality of life. We successfully supported care providers to place a protective ring around care and nursing homes and liaised with our health partners to put an end to discharges without COVID testing. We've supported and advised care providers when the government guidance for care homes changed on a near daily basis during the onset of the pandemic. And we continue to advise, support and prevent outbreaks in all settings across the care sector. We successfully assist our partners, the health service, through this pandemic by increasing our hospital discharge pathway capacity. And in response to the pandemic, we have increased our domiciliary care capacity. And in partnership with the CCG, we have purchased 100 additional care and nursing placements to ensure we could place people as quickly and as safely as possible into their own homes or residential places. We are one of the few local authorities who has placed a principal occupational therapist at the front door to help people remain independent at home for as long as possible. Our Community Plus service has been hailed as a national example of good practice in terms of social prescribing to improve the health outcomes of our residents. And I want to say a big thank you to our Community Plus teams who continue to serve as an invaluable asset in relation to our community pandemic response, ensuring the most vulnerable are safe and connected. We have a planned 3-year capital investment of £28.3 million for supported living, daycare provision and specialist housing for people with complex needs. And in partnership with the Health Service last November, we successfully launched the Kirklees Community Response Pilot, which provides emergency response to frail elderly people in their own homes within 2 hours of a 999 or a 111 referral, thus bypassing hospital admissions, which is crucial within the current context of increased pressures in hospitals. And as a temporary key worker myself, I see these pressures. We aspire to lead nationally in innovation, utilising the latest technologies and transforming our services by firmly placing those that need the services at the centre of everything we do, and increase value for money within the sector to ensure people can remain in their own homes for as long as possible. I will be supporting this Labour motion. No one likes raising taxes, and it's never an easy decision to reach. But the facts are that we face ever increasing demands on council services, especially in adult social care. And perhaps if this government had delivered its long-awaited policy on how to fund adult social care, we would not be in the position of asking taxpayers to fund this by raising council tax by the additional 3% the Chancellor has allowed councils to do. Raising funds through council tax to fund adult social care is not a long-term solution. As Councillor Pandor said earlier, it's merely a sticking plaster, or in our house, a blob of Sudocrem, to cover up this government's abject failure to deliver a fair solution to the adult social care crisis we have in this country. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Can we have Amanda Pinnock, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak today in support of the Labour budget from a housing and welfare perspective, particularly in relation to the Council's housing services, housing solutions, private sector housing and welfare provisions to safeguard those most in need, often through no fault of their own. The government circuit break on housing evictions was merely a sticky plaster, failing miserably to safeguard homes and build a stable foundation strong enough to weather the turbulent storm ahead. A year ago, the word coronavirus was almost non-existent in our vocabulary. In retrospect, life appeared to make sense and societal problems continue to dominate the many less fortunate, not the privileged few. As a nation, nothing could have prepared us for the magnanimous bombshell in the wake of 2020 and how this pandemic would exacerbate the already prevalent socio-economic inequalities in the UK. So it will come as no surprise that research shows basic housing needs are severely impacted beyond the traditional cohort of deprivation. Throughout the pandemic, we have seen a significant rise in the working poor, such as people on furlough and those on reduced hours struggling to make ends meet, putting their homes and security at risk. Nationally, more than 70,000 households have been made homeless since the start of the pandemic, with tens of thousands more threatened with homelessness, despite the government's pledge to protect tenants and prevent evictions. According to Shelter, an eye-watering 320,000 renters have been newly plunged into rent arrears since the start of the pandemic. Disturbingly, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation published findings to show a high proportion of renters were already reducing spending on essentials, with 70% spending less on food, 49% spending less on heating and electricity, and for those with children, 39% were spending less on children's food and nappies. In response to the outcry, a ban on evictions was introduced by the government as part of a series of housing support measures under the Coronavirus Act 2020, which involved the suspension of housing possessions. Instead of safeguarding families at risk, the postponement did just that. It put off the evictions for a number of months with no real contingency plan in place. Many are under the impression that there is a blanket ban on evictions today, so all is well. This is not the case. The courts have been dealing with eviction cases since September last year. However, the caveat expressed in the legislation is that tenants can be evicted if they are in extensive rent arrears, if accrued prior to the Coronavirus Act. And as we know, tenants accrue rent arrears for all sorts of reasons. This council has had the responsibility of dealing with this predicament with already limited housing stock and resources. Even before the pandemic hit, 14,000 people were already on the council's waiting list. The pressure on staff and already stretched resources must be immense. So first of all, I'd like to commend council officers for their hard work, resilience and passion during this difficult time. And just to name some of the things that have been taking place and why this budget is so important. 810 residents were referred for benefit advice, including managed payments and budgeting. The money advice team supported residents claiming a total of £324,000. The council helped residents clear £159,000 through debt relief orders to help manage financial problems. The council has helped tenants access grants under the local welfare provision of £17,000. The council has helped tenants claim ward home discounts of £4,000. The council has achieved financial gains for tenants of £711,000, which has supported rent arrears recovery. Up to £1,000 has been made available and so much more. This demonstrates the fantastic work being undertaken by the council prior to and during the coronavirus pandemic. It is imperative that this work continues and that adequate funding is made available to sustain it long term. And it is for these reasons, Mr. Mayor, I support this motion.
Thank you. Can we have Councillor Harpreet Opal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I hope everyone can hear me okay. When we met in the council chamber this time last year, we perhaps didn't realise what was to come in the next 12 months when the COVID pandemic hit our shores. I'd like to start by giving my thanks to council colleagues, officers and all councillors, residents and all partners across Kirklees who have worked exceptionally hard throughout the year. In particular, frontline workers who at a time when we were told to stay at home have put themselves in harm's way. The story of our borough has been the story of people coming together to help each other. Can I also share my condolences with everyone who has lost loved ones during this pandemic? In one of the perverse consequences of COVID-19, the richest have increased their wealth, whereas people on the lowest incomes have suffered. 9 months is how long it took the world's top 1,000 billionaires to recoup their fortunes after the pandemic hit. More than a decade is how long it could take the world's poorest to recover, according to Oxfam's annual Inequality report. Professor Michael Marmot has analysed why the UK has had such a high but also an unequal death toll. He identified key drivers, including widening inequalities made worse by a decade of austerity. Given the significant challenges of COVID, I am grateful to see a focus on tackling structural inequalities in this Labour budget. I am delighted the formation of an Inequalities Commission will hear the voices of those with lived experiences of inequalities, as well as hold the system to account. I hope the Commission will include a diverse range of people and voices, as well as gaining expertise from people like Professor Kate Pickett, who has written and worked extensively on inequalities. I'm also proud of the investment the Labour administration has already put into free school meal vouchers and into laptop and data schemes for school children, as Councillor Pattison mentioned earlier. I also want to mention a youth scheme that is being developed with local partners, the community sector and the police, with the council working with them in Ashbrow to support young people living in low income households. An additional 115,000 has been put into enhanced local welfare provision, and this is to support food banks and those who are most vulnerable. An additional 430,000 is going into disabled facilities grants and 17 million into adaptations funding to support people to live at home. This is just some of the investment the Labour administration are working on to support our residents. Many colleagues have already mentioned council tax and the social care precept. I think many of us would agree it is a regressive tax which is unsustainable. As a member of the LGA Resources Board, as a substitute member, I hear members of all stripes that say we need a long-term solution, particularly for social care. Let's not forget the council has had a COVID budget gap of 14 million, and they've also faced 60% cuts to our central government grant. We can't keep passing the buck on this, and we have to deliver sustainable services and make sure that people in our borough live their lives in dignity. I know how important social care is because my mum worked as a home care worker for this council before she passed away from brain cancer. It wasn't her first job, but it was the one that brought her the most pride and joy, because she was making a difference to people's lives every day. And when my mum was ill, we received support from local health and social care teams. A decade on from when my mum passed away, we still have no long-term funding settlement to ensure we can look after
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. We need to make sure that those in the social care workforce earn a real living wage. This can only be resolved if we have a long-term national funding settlement for social care and also for council tax. We must all continue to fight for a carer system. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Habibun Zaman. Can you unmute your mic, please? That's a bit better.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak in support of this Labour budget presented to us today. Decades of Tory austerity is killing our care homes. It has widened the equality gap, decaying public services and created massive health inequalities as a result. Combined with a government who are set on cutting funding to local authorities, we are forced into choosing between raising council tax and passing on a burden to a population which has suffered greatly at the hands of austerity, or standing by as our care services wither away. The care sector is in a worse place now than before COVID. The pandemic's impact on population's mental health has also widened existing inequalities in our society, with insufficient attention given to the specific vulnerabilities of certain groups and demographics. People's ability to access mental health care, which has already been patchy, has been often very delayed and severely disrupted. In care homes, we are losing care workers and people residing in care homes. Care homes across the UK have become the epicenter of the coronavirus crisis, with lack of PPE, testing, staffing shortages, adding to the soaring deaths of elderly residents. I, along with my colleagues across the council, want to pay tribute to the amazing work care workers have done during this crisis. The conditions they have been forced to work through were unavoidable, and I'm ashamed that our government sees fit to applaud care workers but does not reward them for all the hard work they have done in the past 12 months. Elderly care cuts, which slashed 8% budgets in the first half of the 2010s, left councils facing a widening gap between demand for care and the supply of it. So when the virus hit the care home sector, it was already reeling from a decade of underfunding. It is inevitable and necessary that the impending pandemic and winter pressures will require the NHS to discharge both post-COVID and non-COVID patients to care homes to liberate bed capacity, thus giving rise for public reassurance on resident safety. The results during the pandemic have been devastating. In study after study, researchers have found pre-existing heart disease, lung disease, obesity, and asthma were associated with death and severe illness from the COVID-19. This government was negligent in handling of care homes and criticised its reckless policy. Care home bosses blamed the sector's soaring death toll on government guidance, telling hospitals to discharge elderly residents to free up beds. We must give social care the resources, support and attention it needs to stop the spread of this virus. We owe it to our friends and relatives who require care. We owe it to the care workers who have sacrificed so much to keep people safe during this pandemic. But most importantly, we owe it to every single person who has passed away due to the government's mismanagement and negligence in fighting this pandemic. We cannot move forward without learning the lessons of this awful year and allocate the right amount of finance to it. Therefore, Mr. Mayor, I will be supporting the Labour budget. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can we have Nigel Patrick, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of Labour councillors have just spoken passionately about the hardship families are facing through this pandemic. And I think everyone in the chamber accepts that that is a real problem. With so many people unemployed and prospects not very good going forward in the short term, we can all expect things to get harder for families. Why then is this council considering to put the council tax up by 5%? That is all that is going to achieve, is going to put pain on pain of the same families who are struggling. It's going to cause problems for older people, and it's going to cause problems for our children too. I can't understand it, because I know full well that the council could, the Labour could have come up with a motion that didn't put the council tax up by so much. It didn't have to go for the maximum allowed in law. It could have been a lot less. And other groups on this council have recognised that that is achievable, and at the same time delivering a lot of the projects that the Labour councillors talk about within the existing budget. And we know that's possible as well from what the chief finance officers say. We can achieve that. We don't have to put it up 5%. We don't have to pour more pain and anguish on people who are struggling already to pay their bills. This is a problem. It's a real problem. The government has put despite all the criticism of the government, we know full well that the government has put in a hell of a lot of money to this council to help negate the economic and social problems caused by this pandemic. The vaccination programme gives us all hope and a chance for our lives to return to some normality, and for the recovery, for the economy to start to recover. So the next 12 months is crucial, and this council needs to be doing all it can to help everyone out. Putting the council tax up by 5% is going to cause pain. It's going to cause problems to the same families that all you Labour councillors are talking about. And I hope when you go back to your communities after you've voted this through, that you can look them in the face and tell them why you thought you had to put it up by 5% when you didn't have to put it up by 5%. The fact that you don't need to put it up by 5% is the reason I won't support the Labour motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have can we have Yusra Hussain, please?
Yeah, I indicated not to speak, but yeah, I'll carry on if I'm allowed. Think I deleted it, Mr. Mayor. Hello?
Hello, you want to speak?
Okay, I'll speak then.
Okay, right,
Yeah,
that's fine. I'll move. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. We'll move on to Councillor Mather. Councillor Mather. She's in the system.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am supporting our Labour budget. Tory austerity has hit us hard and almost brought local government to its knees. And if that wasn't enough, the handling of the pandemic is a crying shame. 113,850 unnecessary deaths and rising, lives cut short, families left isolated in their grief, and the country will be left with a nation suffering from mental health problems for years to come. And on top of this, we'll have poverty and unemployment. No one likes to raise taxes to face increasing demands on our council services, especially adult social care. And if the government had delivered on its long-awaited policy on how to fund it, we wouldn't be asking taxpayers to fund it by raising council tax by an additional 3%, like the Chancellor is asking councils to do. It is not a solution, but a sticky plaster to cover up the government's abject failure to deliver a fair solution to the adult social care crisis. Local authorities have been at the forefront in fighting the pandemic, which has created a funding gap of 14 million in our coffers. I would like to highlight two services in my portfolio. Unclassified roads. Unlike Councillor Carl Burke, let me tell you our positive story. 77% of the roads network fall into this category, with significant deterioration due to the lack of government grant. Currently, 0.4 million per year allocated for their upkeep, with some additional one-off pothole grants now and then. The council has continued to invest additional funds to help redress this, as these roads are important to local communities, helping to create attractive places to live and work, as well as supporting sustainable travel. The 15 million extra investment over 3 years by this Labour administration on locally based programme sit alongside 5 million delivered during 2021. And the borough-wide programme of resurfacing and footway schemes will help to tackle the backlog of repairs to 652. The council's full capital programme includes 18 million for structural improvements and maintenance work to the council's highway assets, and it includes carriageways and footway repairs, road safety, street lighting and highway structures. Alongside the network management and coordination of the delivery of major schemes across Kirklees network to limit the disruption to road users, businesses, residents, whilst facilitating this major investment to support jobs and sustainable growth. Secondly, I'd like to talk about £25 million in White Rose Forest. The council is an opportunity for Kirklees to place nationally. The canopy cover for the White Rose Forest, the largest partner in the northern community, will support biodiversity, climate change mitigation, and adaptation well-being. I'd like to say, I'd like to support our balanced budget, which is responsible. And in conclusion, we don't want to raise taxes, but I'd like to remember I'd like you to remember that it's the Tory tax on the poor, so that the money tree keeps on giving to their friends. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor John Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just begin before I start on what I have to say? Can I begin by just expressing my concern about the beginning of the meeting? And with respect, it doesn't seem as though any of the other groups had the same memo as the Labour group about how the beginning of the meeting would be conducted in terms of actually letting people know how to speak and when to speak. I think everybody was expecting your cue. That has become the custom and practice. If we can have that as a piece of future learning, I'd be most grateful. Thank you. To get on to what I was actually going to say, I'll start by thanking the team who brought the budget report to us. The report lays out the context well, to my mind. We're in a state of flux like never before. The uncertainties surrounding local government funding mean that across the country, council budgets on evenings like ours are likely to be muted affairs. Even those with flagship proposals will face the same delivery problems that the rest of us face in terms of available staff that haven't been redeployed yet to either frontline services or managing relief grants. There's a couple of points I feel that should be mentioned. Firstly is looking through the pages 28 to 32 in the report and at the savings to be made there in terms of children's services, I can see that there seems to be a lot of activity. I understand that since intervention, we've had to place a lot of money in those services and that the time is probably due to see where we can be appropriately making savings. That's just right and proper. I'm not saying that you haven't got the balance right here, but that it behoves us all as corporate parents, and I do dislike that phrase, but it's down to us all to remain vigilant. I thoroughly agree that childcare placement outside the borough should be minimised. The costs of that provision really are eye-watering. But I start to twitch when I see a bold sentence stating that we should reduce the numbers of children in care. If this becomes a driver in and of itself, we risk not having the right number of the right children in our care. I have complete faith in our DCS and our staff, but this isn't the first time that I've seen this sentence out of context. Could we please just keep an eye on that? Thank you. I think the second thing I'd like to say is that there's a pause right now that's reminiscent of last March. We know there's something coming and we suspect it won't be good. I think we have a brief moment to think about our priorities, our commitments, and our direction of travel as an authority. I point to the Huddersfield Blueprint as a main example. Conceived before COVID, we have to question whether the plan is still relevant or not. Something needs to be done in Huddersfield patently. But is it this? I'm not saying spend all the cash elsewhere, and we haven't touched any of it in our amendment. Indeed, much of it is put together through specific grants and borrowing, so that it's not just as simple as some would have us believe, as, you know, you can take all the cash out of that and spend it on whatever we want to spend it on. It's just not that simple. I think what I'm warning against is escalation of commitment, which I'm sure, as you all know, is the behaviour whereby sticking to your guns becomes a destructive form of denial. We have a brief hiatus in which to check which way the wind blows, and don't be afraid to change course. You won't get any criticism from me if you avoid getting trampled by a white elephant. We won't be voting for this budget because we've only had sight of it for 2 minutes, and there's little to no detail of how the money's been spent. We've heard a lot today about values, but not much about just how that money is going to be spent, and the detail is just not in the report. It could be being spent on anything, and I'm afraid you can't expect a political group to sign up to a pig in the poke like that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that. Can we have Erin Hill, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really proud to be able to support this Labour budget proposal tonight, and I'd urge all members to do so too. I want to focus particularly on our proposed action on the environment and the steps that Labour in Kirklees is taking to play our part, not just in tackling the global climate emergency, but also in improving our local environment, because it must be said that the disruption of the coronavirus pandemic may pale in comparison to the harm and the chaos that global warming and the climate emergency is dramatically in the very. Of course, the pandemic's impacted how we think about the environment in several ways. The first lockdown had a net positive impact on carbon emissions, with car use and international travel both reaching a virtually unprecedented low in our modern age. And some of these effects have continued, but more importantly to me, it's shown that it is possible to change society's behaviour quite dramatic. Facing us is of, but it should prove wrong those people who say that this challenge is so great it cannot be met. And I think this budget reflects that shift in thinking in the scale of its ambition. Perhaps more relevant for us here tonight, though, as local councillors, is the increased value that people have started to place on their immediate environment. A small garden is the vital mental health tool that you never knew you needed. And to walk and exercise, and exceptionally well-maintained parks with great volunteer groups has been a massive advantage during the almost year-long restrictions that we've now experienced. And I feel that politically there's never been a better time to act to protect these natural advantages than after a year when most people have been actively exploring them, seeing them as a lifeline for mental and physical health. And those are positive things. But as Councillor Pandor said right at the start of this meeting, COVID highlighted some extremely stark pre-existing inequalities. So we have to ensure that our action on the environment does not just protect our natural features, but also improves lives for people, for our residents, that it delivers accessibility, that it provides an ability to reach our natural environment for our most vulnerable citizens who have suffered proportionately this past year. The elderly, the clinically vulnerable, lacking family and community support, those living in overcrowded, poor accommodation, unable to easily reach and access green space, not provided with those areas that we call the lungs of a community. And far too often we as a society fail to consider the needs of vulnerable groups, particularly those with physical disabilities, visual impairments, needing to use mobility aids, even though for those groups the impact of a decent local environment is disproportionately positive. So I'm really proud that in the coming year, this administration has committed in its budget proposal to £33 million from modern, greener waste. $2,000 trees having been
Councillor Hill,
again, I hope is accessibility. Sorry, what was that, Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Hill, I think your internet's not very good, so you keep breaking up.
Can I carry on, or shall
Yeah,
I
you
turn
can
my camera
carry
on?
on. You've only got 2 minutes left now. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. And again, I hope that accessibility and disability rights really at the forefront of what we choose to do. Those two goals should And finally, I want to stress how important it is for all of us with the privilege to represent our communities at this time to be really ambitious in our thinking, not for ourselves, but for our wards, for our borough, for our planet, for our society. Remembering something that former Councillor Molly Walson once said about being involved in politics just after World War II. And the massive strides that took place socially after that, a big factor was not just the fact that everyone had suffered, but the fact that that suffering had conferred huge empathy on people.
30 seconds.
You could walk down any street in the country and know for a fact that everyone you passed had just gone through something similar to that common experience, and it made you more likely to prioritise policies which improve the lives of our fellow human beings, to believe that as a society we deserve to do better, we need to do better. So I would urge you all to support this budget tonight, because that is exactly what this Labour administration is seeking to do.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Andrew Marchington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to start by thanking all those who've put such hard work into bringing this budget to us tonight. A lot of hard work in there. It just seems to be year after year that the budgets, when we have a budget debate at council, it's just a reminder how central government holds the purse strings, and no matter how many councillors tonight welcome this budget and what it can do, we know that there's not sufficient funds to do everything, not alone that we want to do, but what we need to do. And there needs to be long-term solution to that. The current government, to meet the COVID crisis, has not just found the money tree, but the magic money forest, and it shows you what could have been done in the years of austerity and beyond. We as local councillors representing our communities need to be continually finding positive solutions to improve the lives of our local residents. Central government gimmicks do not provide long-term improvements. COVID has exacerbated inequalities, it's not created them. And gimmicks such as in education, academies and free schools, or in health, the internal market, have not done anything to meet the needs of those most in need. I just get a feeling from what I've heard tonight that the budget that's presented before is more about meeting, once again, the needs of the many, but not the significant few who find themselves in need of a home, in need of better education, in need of access to health. And that is something we should all be thinking about. Again, like colleagues in our group, we want to see more detail on what's been provided, what's going to be done. I mean, there has been some good stuff. Peter's regeneration stuff, Peter McBride's regeneration stuff, and Viv Kendrick's investment in schools. Highlights from here, Kathy's focus on housing. But we've said time and time again, if adult social care is a sticking plaster, it's a pretty poor one at that. And we need to be getting adequate funds to meet that. I'm a little surprised. We've talked about partnership. Cahill Burke talked about the important partnerships that are going on locally. But one of our key partners is our local businesses. And we're an hour and 40 minutes into this debate, and nobody from the administration has spoken about how we're going to work with those that control the largest part of the local economy. We welcome in the budget that bit about the setting up a small group of people looking at developing education and skills, but we need to see where that's going to be placed, and is it enough? You know, the 75 businesses that are going to be worked with, is that going to be sufficient? We know that the local authority has gained a lot of intelligence about the needs of local businesses, primarily about the pressures they've been under, but surely we can use some of that intelligence to develop the skills and also increase the opportunities for the residents in Kirklees. Where we would have liked to see more detail is about, again, same for example in adult social care. So what are we doing to invest in skills in that area, encouraging children, young people, or perhaps people looking for a second career to go into the caring professions to meet the needs of residents in that situation? We would like to see in that more detail. The other issue about climate change. Appreciate Paul Davis's contributions on that. The thing is, if we are going to meet this important target towards zero carbon in 2038, there's a limit to how far we can go with planting trees. We are going to have to, and the 53% reduction that Paul referred to is probably the low-hanging fruit, and we're going to continue doing that. We need to move beyond carbon reduction to carbon capture to meet that net zero target. And whilst welcoming the district heating scheme, and that was in last year's budget, although we had to dig it out of the last but one cabinet member. I'm not having to go at you, Rob. So you know, we did Europe, and actually schemes like that are just a starting point to making serious reductions in the amount of carbon that's used.
30 seconds.
Need to move on beyond that. So again, we would like to see more detail recognise the difficulties of any council setting a budget, but we need to see more detail in those areas that we've highlighted about how this is going to meet the needs. A local authority budget is going to meet the needs of the residents in the short term, but also in the longer term as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Councillor Alex Lukic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In his speech, the leader said this was the boldest budget he's ever seen. It certainly is daring to put a 5% increase to council tax bills in front of us while we're in the midst of a pandemic. Why would they do this when so many of our citizens are at risk of losing their jobs if they haven't already? Why would they do this when so many of our citizens have significantly reduced income due to being forced onto furlough or the similar schemes? Why would they do this when our citizens' wages won't be going up anything like 5%? I'm sure I shouldn't need to remind members that there's now a public sector pay freeze, and similar measures will undoubtedly be seen across much of the private sector this year. A very large proportion of these Kirklees citizens will clearly be facing additional and acute financial pressure due to the coronavirus pandemic, but will not necessarily qualify for support with their council tax bills. They will have to hand over the additional 5% or face prosecution. We have been given flexibility to spread the social care precept increase into what will hopefully be better times next year. Therefore, the buck for the 5% clearly stops with this council. The administration suggests they have no choice with the hand we've been dealt by the national powers that be. But this excuse is paper thin and easily seen for what it is when we have valid amendments before us that don't require a 5% increase. Unfortunately, this administration has chosen not to take this approach and stuck with a maximum increase this year, despite the profound warnings and concerns expressed by many members of this council. The administration's continual attempts to deflect responsibility for its choice not to spread the increase are pitiful. At a time like this, 5% verges on extortionate. It would be completely out of touch with our citizens. It would be kicking them while they're down, and I won't have any part in it. I'm finished, Mr. Mayor. I think you're on mute.
Right. Thank you for that. Can we have Councillor Masood Ahmed, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by saying the Labour Party budget is not just ambitious, it's a realistic budget. It puts money back where it matters the most. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. The Labour administration has delivered and will continue to deliver. We have invested in our towns and communities across the whole of Kirklees. Dewsbury is a place that I was born and bred, a place where I still currently live, a place where I'm a councillor, and a place where I still want to live and feel immensely proud of. Dewsbury Town Centre was on the decline until the Labour Party took control of the administration in Kirklees. We invested significantly in Dewsbury. Councillor Peter McBride talks about the Pioneer House, now known as the Pioneer Higher Skills Centre, opens its doors for students on Monday, the 23rd of November, which had been left to rot. Dewsbury Market will get revamped with millions. Dewsbury Arcade, as members will know and the public will know, is a place that had been shut for many years and now is getting renovated and will be open for business again, thanks to the Labour administration. There's 15 million that's going to be spent on locality-based unclassified road improvement programme, thanks to Labour. Dewsbury Riverside, a housing development, has taken place. I also want to say how the pandemic impacted on the council and the challenges it brought to our towns and communities across the whole of Kirklees. The Labour administration has worked tirelessly with council officers to help and support those communities. As a Dewsbury South Labour councillor, I can speak firsthand how this has been, as well as a carer for my dad, who is 91 years old. Since the 21st of March last year until this day, I've been a volunteer for an anchor organisation helping them with the distribution of food parcels, home meals, collecting shopping for my constituents and residents who are either vulnerable, on low income, self-isolating, in desperate need of help. I know residents who'd wait at the window just to see me come, drop their hot meal or a food parcel. It would bring tears to my eyes. I'm probably the only person they sometimes ever see. Before I even came into today's budget meeting, I had just distributed and delivered 65 hot meals, food parcels, and out of those 65, 60 were meals for children. I would also like to point out it's the Labour administration that announced that it would fund free meals, free school meals with vouchers, even before the government responded to Marcus Rashford's campaign. And we're still providing whilst the government is refusing to tackle holiday hunger. The Labour budget demonstrates ambition to maintain a strong financial position as we recover from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is this Labour budget that will help our towns and villages to recover from the impacts of the COVID-19 through significant capital investment to deliver our agreed town centre master plans and invest in small town and village centres. This is the Labour budget. It's the right budget and the only budget that I'll be voting on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Councillor Terry Lyons, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes. Well, as is my manner, I will be brief, and I make no apologies for being parochial. And therefore, I must take issue with the leader's claim of bounce back. But in reality, yet again, we in the two largest towns in the valleys, Meltham and Honley, have been well and truly bounced past. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Richard Murgatroyd.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mayor. I just want to speak on the main motion. First of all, I'd like to welcome Councillor Pandor and Councillor Davis's comments on climate change, and particularly their commitment to work in an inclusive way that takes ideas wherever they come from for the benefit of people and planet. Because that's going to be essential if we're going to work smarter. I thought Councillor Marchington was right to point out that there isn't enough funding, and that really this is a democratic and national democratic issue and a scandal. So given the limited financial resources and, it has to be said, legal powers of the council, it's absolutely essential that we focus on policy areas that will make the biggest impact in terms of carbon reduction. Now, last year, Councillor Pandor referred to the Climate Emergency Working Party report, and this did set out some clear direction of travel to achieve the 2038 target, but it also set out some specific recommendations. And it's good to hear from Councillor Davis that, you know, some measures are now being pursued, and I think we'd all agree we need to speed up and step up if we're going to reach our targets. I think one thing I learned from that experience of the Working Party, but the devil is in the detail. And I have to say, like some other councillors, I would have liked to have heard more specifics in the budget, but just wanted to flag up some key areas of work. So first of all, buildings and energy efficiency are absolutely crucial for carbon reduction. And as a developer, the council can set the highest standards on schemes on council-owned land. And it won't, I'd just like to say there's a danger that if we limit ambitions and to just pilot projects, then really there's always the danger of tokenism, of greenwashing. I think, you know, in terms of energy efficiency in housing, this is a very well developed and well understood technology, and passive house standards should be applied as far as possible within the powers of the council and within the ability of the council. Just turning now to electric vehicles, they've been mentioned, and it's clear that they are the future. And obviously the key challenge now is to make charging points more widely available. And I'd really like to echo Councillor Pandore's point. I thought it was a very important point, that this is about social as well as environmental justice. Electric vehicles aren't some sort of middle class luxury. They are the future, and every resource ploughed in now will be money well spent. I also wanted to say that other policies can be pursued on a regional basis that, you know, do have a bearing with the budget, but can be pursued to some extent independently of the budget. And it's crucial that the council now genuinely and consistently uses its power to oppose or block schemes that will create unacceptable new levels of carbon. And I would just flag up two obvious examples: the Leeds Bradford Airport expansion and the whole issue of road expansion schemes in general, which are obviously quite important. So we need to be really careful and really proactive on those. Now, finally, we're here to pass a budget, and I will be supporting this budget. But I would just want to finish by saying we need to think about value and what value means in terms of the climate emergency. Not everything can be expressed in pounds, shillings and pence. Nature doesn't care. So ultimately, the value of this budget will be measured very
30 seconds.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. The value of this budget will be measured very specifically in the amount of carbon that we cut so that we can meet our targets. And that is what we will all be judged by in the future. So now's the time to step up our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Yusra Hussain, are you ready to speak now?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking in support of this motion. Firstly, thank you to the leader and the cabinet members and their respective teams. This budget is ambitious, it's smart and realistic, but most importantly, it's backed up with a budget needed to deliver it. In terms of regeneration, I hear investment, investment, investment. We not only have a transformative amount invested in our major towns, but the money is also being invested in my hometown of Batley alongside other towns. It is a capital investment for all areas across the borough. Despite the pandemic and the incredible work that we have done in managing that, we are not reducing our ambitions for regeneration. We are continuing to invest in our towns, communities with the ambition to transform our areas. In regards to roads and environment, there's investment of 15 million into our unclassified roads, and I'm delighted to hear that there will be a 3-year programme from 2020 this year to 2023, which gives us more investment and helps address the backlog of unclassified roads. And I'm delighted to be aware that some of my own ward areas get that investment they need as well, as this will improve connectivity between our villages and towns, and it makes it easier for drivers, pedestrians and cyclists to travel. It is a fair, transparent and best value approach used not only on my hometown in Batley, but across the district. In fact, there is already £3.2 million in the programme, which has been spent on potholes as well. The investment to deliver 134 schemes, a total of 41 million worth of priorities were put forward, and it's hoped that future years will bring further investment to tackle this backlog of repairs in Kirklees. There's also a 2-year programme from 2021 and 2022, which will deliver 17 surfacing schemes subject to any clashes with utilities. Hence, the planning, programming and networking coordination has already started to identify the procedures necessary to deliver the programme. In terms of housing, we've continued to invest in our social housing and accessible homes. We are bringing forward sites for more accessible homes through our use of smaller builders. But we are still finding more people who are assets rich and cash poor, so cannot invest in their properties. However, as a Labour Council, we are committed to investing in people and places. In fact, the great work we have invested in our communities goes beyond that. The place and partnership to help alleviate mental health and the pressures through supporting people through virtual community projects from young people to the elderly in our communities. We're not only investing in our homes, we're investing in them and the environment. And in terms of health, 1 in 3 people who have died due to COVID who care for home residents. The care sector was on its knees before the pandemic due to the government's deliberate choices and failure to deliver the long-term funding settlement that they promised, which we needed. The ASC precept is a Tory tax on their failure to deliver on their promises. I'm quite frankly disgusted, having cared for a varied age group from cradle to grave. I will know from the Tories which residents they want to stop from receiving care. My constituents, and do not make the latter statement lightly, this is what the Tories' deferral of the precept in their amendment would do this year. It would mean fewer residents getting the support they really need. As a Labour Council, we are seeing a large increase in demand in domiciliary care, so we want to invest to ensure that we can meet the diverse options for people to have the care that is best for them. We're also invested in the children of the future by continuing to develop and improve services. We've got projects like the Mockingbird project, we've got provision and support for our care leavers and investment in improving children residential care. We're developing new family support provisions to individuals and their families. We're also working with the voluntary and third sector, providing safe children and young people's activities, pre-COVID and during COVID with online activities as well, packs at home, cooking activities that they can do to help reduce the mental health impact. And above all, it's an investment which is ambitious, but it's responding to that need and it's addressing the issues despite the pressures on the council budget. In terms of schools, as we've already heard from Councillor Carol Pattison, ensuring our kids have the resources they need to learn from home. So we've got the free school meals, we've got the transport that's been provided.
30 seconds.
Okay, I'm just at the refurbishing of schools, family hubs, committed to delivering better community services. And we've all learned from COVID, so we need to try to move forward from this. As a Labour councillor, we are confident, as anyone can be, that we have adopted the right course of action. It's investment, investment, investment. As Councillor Graham said, that we are in a very strong position compared to many other councils, and this is a budget which is smart, it's realistic and it's achievable. But most importantly, it's backed up with a budget to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Martin Bolt.
I would like to speak tonight in support of a budget which offers a cost-effective services, is centred on the residents of Kirklees and is delivered by a competent leadership. Obviously, this motion fails on all those criteria. In proposing the Labour budget, Councillor Pandor repeatedly referred to reductions in funding, but blatantly ignores the need for him to operate an efficient council. If he was efficient, he would ensure that when our roads and potholes are mended, they would be right first time and not repeatedly fail. If he was efficient, he would ensure that the planning system worked properly, so that when developers are supposed to pay money to this council for the benefits of our residents, we actually get it. We don't see the failures as we have from his council of £80,000, which was supposed to go to a school in Murfield, being lost because it failed to collect. In an efficient business, when that happened, those responsible would either resign or make good the loss. But here we see the blatant ignorance of Councillor Pandor carrying on regardless. Councillor Pandor has also tried to outline environmental credentials. Bring on the empty horses. Let's have a look at that. If you were serious, Shabir, about your climate policies, you would have enshrined them in planning documents. At the moment, they are merely hot air contributing to climate warming. Your own planning staff say that anything passed by your cabinet or the council is not binding on a planning system. So how are you going to stop things if they are not enshrined in planning? How are you going to stop developers running roughshod around things. You mentioned your tree policy. Yeah, the other week we saw a planning application to destroy trees which had a preservation order on them because the tree policy is not binding on planning. We've seen repeatedly the plans by your cabinet to destroy mature trees in way of the Cooper Bridge scheme. Despite Peter McBride saying that scheme was being pulled, the own staff have said in writing that it's still going ahead. So who do we believe, the cabinet or the council officers? You tell us, Shabir, who do we believe? Why don't we run the effective council? If we were running an effective council that was truly embedded in believing the environmental hyperbole that you've just been outlining, you would be supporting the West Yorkshire carbon reduction pathway with its ambition to reduce transport emission. You are not. Worse than that, I have a confirmation here that says, and we will not be adopting a locally developed suite of those targets. So the West Yorkshire, and presumably you were sitting in the West Yorkshire meeting when these were passed. So the West Yorkshire targets of reducing emissions by reducing private car travel by 21%, by increasing travel by walking by 78%, and interestingly, increasing travel by bike by 2,000%, you are not adopting. So how are you going to achieve your targets? It's more hot air. If we were efficient about this, we wouldn't be seeing problems like we've seen in my ward from a Kirklees supported developer who fails to comply with basic planning conditions. We wouldn't be seeing situations where the developer is flouting planning regulations by his staff parking on the highway, which is against the planning conditions. We wouldn't be seeing effluent running down the streets of Mirfield into the watercourses and fouling the environment. That effluent is tonight icing over and is a danger for all road users in Kirklees. You are failing again. If we were efficient, we wouldn't wish to see the sacrifice of essential water meadows, which protects our environment from runoff from water. You are prepared to build on floodplains. Where is your environmental credentials? Why aren't you using this land, this valuable
Councillor
land?
Bolt, you've got 30 seconds left, and can you take them background pictures off, please?
A picture speaks 1,000 words, and in the time we have, I'm pleased that I can portray pictures of how Mirfield has been decimated by the Labour administration.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bolt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cheers, Harpreet.
Have we lost the mayor?
It's gone on mute.
We can elect another one.
No thanks.
Can we do that in the standing orders?
Where's Jackie
Yeah.
Weaver?
Go on then,
Patrick,
go on
get
then,
back
Martin.
together.
We'll elect you, lad. We'll elect you, Martin.
Oh, we have a
We've
deputy.
Nigel Patrick.
We've gone to a break, so
Oh, it's nice to be told.
that's what I said. If you, Councillor Bolt, if you would have been listening to me, I said that we're going to go to a break. We're going to put a pause onto this item, and we're going to go for 15 minutes break. And please be back in 15 minutes and leave your systems on.
That's why everybody else is still here, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, but
Okay, see you in 15 minutes. Bye bye.
Didn't say when.
Bye. See you on Christmas.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the technical issue before the break. I did speak, but unfortunately the mic was on mute, which shouldn't have been. I think there was a bit of a technical issue, so apologize for that. So we carry on with the meeting. We will now move into the amendment. As indicated earlier, 4 amendments have been received. Amendments will be moved and seconded consecutively in the order that they were received, after which a debate will take place. So once I invite Councillor John Taylor, you can actually, put your name down to speak. So can I ask Councillor John Taylor to now move the Conservative Group amendment? Councillor John Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to formally move the Conservative Group's amendment as outlined in the papers circulated for this meeting. I'm pleased to be able to do this today and would like to start by firstly thanking the finance team for the work that they have done over the past year in managing our finances in what have been very difficult circumstances. Each year we talk about the levels of uncertainty within which a budget is being set. But this year I think that the extraordinary levels of uncertainty are unprecedented, and it does make setting a budget and getting the assumptions right more challenging than ever. I would also like to place on record my thanks to the Chancellor and the Government for the support that they have been providing to councils and businesses to enable us locally to support people through this pandemic. I think it's worth noting that despite all of the challenges and uncertainties, we are on target to deliver on budget this year. And note that the projections show some alarming budget gaps in future years. I thought it instructive to look back at our predictions 12 and 24 months ago and find that in 2019, we were predicting that for the current year, 2020-21, we will be looking at a funding shortfall of 14 million, increasing to 20.5 million in 2021-22. Only 12 months ago, that 2021-22 shortfall was still predicted to be 12 million, which we are now saying we will be able to deliver in a balanced way, thanks to the increased government funding which we have received, which has helped close those gaps. The projected funding shortfall for 2022-23, 12 months ago was predicted at 22 million. Now it's shrunk to a gap of 14.6 million. And I'm sure as we work through the next 12 months, we will get a better assumption on funding and expenditure for this subsequent year and again see the gap shrinking. It is against that backdrop that I feel that as a council, we now need to be reflecting on the difficult financial situations which many of our residents find themselves in and minimise the increased burden that we place on ratepayers. I note that both the Liberal Democrats and the Green Party share our view that greater efficiencies could be found within the council's budgets. And whilst we may differ on how we feel this should be used, I'm strongly of the view that this year we need to support our residents by not increasing the level of council tax to the maximum. No doubt my opponents will try and lay the blame on the increase on the government and claim the government should have provided more funding. The truth is that there are some councils nationally that are in a perilous state as a result of their mismanagement, and it's a credit to our officers that we are not one of them. And as it says in section 3.3.3, our budget is enabled by the relatively strong financial resilience of the council which existed pre-COVID. The government guidance is that councils are able to take a social care precept of up to 3% and can also increase the council tax without a referendum up to 1.99%, but should do so only if their circumstances require it. To be clear, it is a political decision of this administration, and one which we do not share, to take the maximum they can, ignoring the impacts this will have on hard-working taxpayers. I believe that given our resilient position and the generous funding that the government continues to provide to mitigate the effects of the pandemic, this is not needed. I'm glad to see that at least one of the party came to a similar conclusion, although we differ on the amount by which we would reduce the increase proposed by Labour. As always, we have looked to see if there are areas where additional funding is required, modest though these may be, to tackle some of the issues that we all hear time and again from our residents. Monies to enable bins to be collected throughout the Christmas period, when there is always an increase in waste needing collection. Increased funding for our crumbling road infrastructure. More funding for addressing flooding and drainage issues across the district. And putting more money into tackling climate change concerns and air pollution, alongside more support for improved recycling, bulky waste collection, and looking at a single-use plastic ban for the council. I am pleased to see that some of the other parties have similar themes in their budget amendments, and again, as we do, as always, differ in the details of the schemes and the relative priorities attached to them, but would hope that the administration would reflect on the feedback they are receiving from us and from other parties, and decide perhaps that backing the Conservative amendment would give the residents a better outcome and also tackle some of the priorities which the residents have been raising with us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll second that and reserve the right.
We will now move on to amendment from the Green Group. Can I invite Councillor Andrew Cooper?
So yeah, I'd like to move the Green Amendment. The headline for our amendment is about looking at hospitality businesses within town centres. And one of the things we've noticed during the pandemic is that a lot of these businesses, as we all know, are suffering hugely, and they've lost tens of thousands of pounds during the pandemic. And I've got a real concern that a lot of these small independent businesses, which actually bring vitality to our town centres, may not be there after this pandemic. And so that is something that we are particularly concerned about here. Now, one of the great things at the beginning of the pandemic and the first lockdown was I put a suggestion forward to all group leaders that we give a rent holiday to such businesses, and that happened, and we had a 3-month rent holiday there, and that was very much appreciated. Now, as we come out of the pandemic, if these businesses are not here, we've already got problems with our town centres as it is, and I think this would be a huge shot in the arm at quite a difficult time, a different sort of shot in the arm to help those businesses. So that's the reason we're putting that forward, and as we've done it before, why not do it again and do it in a considered fashion? The Community Recovery Post-COVID Fund, 30k per ward, that matches what's happened this year in each of the 23 wards of Kirklees. And we've made good use of that 30k fund. We've got about £2,000 or £3,000 of that fund actually left. And we've done things before the Kirklees scheme to help people who weren't helped, pupils who weren't helped with laptop equipment. We put a scheme ourselves in which addressed the concerns of head teachers within the Newsham ward, and so that helped younger kids who didn't have laptops do that. That's now been taken on by the administration, so we were pleased to be ahead of the game there on that. We've been able to help organisations whose funding streams have been limited at this time, who've not been able to get funds for things. So churches with roof repairs, the Sikh Leisure Centre, those sort of places, we've been able to help those. And there's a range of projects that we've been able to get involved with. So having that fund again to come out of the crisis would be of a huge benefit to us. And we're aware of a lot of tree planting projects. This is not a big tree planting project. This is very much, this £10,000 is very much about trying to engage with communities, a very small scale scheme to work directly with schools, particularly with children, and to look at the wider environmental agenda. It is deliberately not something which is part of one of the mass programs that that we have been happy to promote in before. The blueprints for the town centres, we've had some real concerns about those being, if you like, administration-led, which is perfectly the right of the administration, but I don't think they're bringing in enough people to from the civic society, from a whole range of other people who've got a real interest in the town centre. It's very much top-down is the approach to blueprint, so we're wanting to put a bit more emphasis on there. Looking down, we think on the capital funding that we've got identified, cycleways development project, we think more could certainly be done on cycleways, protected cycleways, and that's an area that we particularly want to look at. And I was quite pleased, of course, to hear from the administration that they will listen to views from others on climate change. And I cannot help but refer to our passive house projects that we've put forward in the past, the Kirklees new build passive house scheme, where we are suggesting, as we have suggested for several years now, that we specify the passive house standard for all new projects. So that is something that we're wanting to move along. So I'm interested to know if Councillor Davies will actually take that up. And we've got a number of schemes here to look at. So there's something old, something new, not a lot that's blue within our budget amendment, and I commend it, and I expect everybody to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cooper. Who's seconding that?
I would like to second it, please, Mr. Mayor, and reserve the right.
Thank you. We will now move to the independent group amendment. Can I ask Councillor Greaves to move the amendment?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I will be. So in the short period of time that we've been given to look at the budget proposals, we really had a limited opportunity to get into the detail of the budget. To be honest, I think many of us are disappointed at the fact that we're seeing a maximum rise in council tax. But the reality of it is we've been hearing from various governments for a long period of time that they're going to deal with funding for social care. And until the government properly funds social care, the pressure is going to remain on our residents, and that isn't fair. This needs to be addressed, and the Prime Minister has said repeatedly that he is going to fix social care. It's a pity that it didn't come in time for this budget and save the substantial rise that our ratepayers are going to see. But I do notice that early this week, the Prime Minister said he's going to make proposals by the end of the year, and hopefully that will mean that for future years, the pressure is taken off. It really needs to be, because the rises that our residents have seen have just been beyond reasonable. But those rises have funded vital public services, and they have also helped in the battle against coronavirus. So even with reduced staffing and existing workloads and extra pressures, lots and lots of council officers have gone above and beyond in terms of stepping up to the mark and helping residents and businesses through a very difficult year. There have been lots of comments as to how the Labour budget will help all areas. Well, the reality of that is there is substantial capital funding in some areas and very little elsewhere. All wards have pressures, and we think ward councillors are actually best placed to know what the most pressing needs are for their areas. Whether that be highways work, potholing, road safety initiatives, local regeneration schemes, improvement of public spaces and public places, whether it be funding for climate change projects or investing in the natural environment, or helping out our schools and clubs and community groups, holding community events that will help in the recovery and regeneration of our communities once we actually move out of the coronavirus period. To do that, our local wards have seen their funding reduced to practically nothing over my term my terms as a councillor. When I first started, wards had a reasonable budget to do some work with, and now we're down to 20,000. You could say that's better than the 10,000 that we had a few years ago, but in the world of the council, £20,000 does not go far. The extra 30,000 that each ward received as part of the coronavirus money, I think we could have all spent that 10 times over on pressing needs in our area. And that's why our amendment focuses on putting money into the hands of all 23 wards. Our proposal is to allocate £600,000 worth of funding and to leave it to those ward councillors to decide how that money should be spent in their area to best address the needs and priorities of their residents. With more time and with a better understanding as to how social care would be funded, I think we could have come up with some better and more detailed proposals. I wrote to the Minister last week asking for an urgent response on when exactly the social care fix will come through. I haven't received a response yet. I appreciate that he's got a lot of things on his hand, whether that's the Grenfell cladding issue or funding for local authorities, the coronavirus response, but he also seems to spend a lot of his time on affairs that perhaps he need not do, such as yet more reforms in planning that are for the benefit of developers and not residents. I would ask all councillors on this council to consider what schemes and projects they could advance in their area with this funding, and I would ask all ward councillors to query with their leaders why they think they're not fit to be given funding to help prioritise their own issues. And on that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to finish.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
That's seconded, Mr. Mayor, and reserve the right.
Thank you for that. The final amendment is from the Liberal Democrat group. Can I ask Councillor Lawson to move the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm speaking to move the Liberal Democrat amendment to the Labour administration budget for 2021-22. As has been the case for the last couple of years, we've been given a last-minute woolly glimpse of what Labour's plans are, which has made engaging seriously in the amendment stage very difficult. Boo-hoo, I hear Labour cry, which is fair enough. They are where they are, and the rest of us need to get on with it. But the administration does need to reflect on how it might need to work with the rest of the council throughout the year, and how seriously it wants to be taken when it states we are Kirklees. That said, we have a set of proposals that the whole group has worked on and that seeks to outline our ambitions for the authority. As has been mentioned, we work with the backdrop of both coronavirus pandemic and leaving the EU. The consequence is that the financial position of the council is probably the most uncertain it's ever been in terms of decision making for the future. We continue to face unresolved government funding. The fair funding review is somewhere in the long grass, and with it is the solution to adult social care funding, promised by Boris on day one at number 10. Government borrowing is up to 1.2 trillion and stands at 95% of GDP, meaning there's every chance of an austerity by default on the horizon. Local government generally is in a reactive state. So we're down to what's left of our controllable budget, so what we can do. The Liberal Democrat group believe that with the manoeuvrability we have left, we can still have some aspirations about what we want our communities to be like in a post-COVID world, and now is the time to be generating those ideas. We've concentrated mainly on climate change issues, business and well-being. The amendments are modest in scale, but highlight some of our concerns for the people in the borough. I'll begin with a word on council tax and the adult social care precept. Our group feels that the council tax element should remain unchanged this year at a standard 1.99% raise. Services need to be paid for, and in lieu of central government provision, it needs to stay in place as the resultant cumulative unrecoverable losses would be untenable. Governments of all hues have failed to produce a less regressive, fairer local tax, and until one is found, we're stuck with it. We have sought to do with the adult social care precept is recognise that people across the board are hit hard and spread that burden over the allowable 2 years, with a 2% rise in year 1 and the remainder to be charged in year 2. We have confidence that the losses to council will be minimal while reducing the overall burden in year 1 by 20%. But be under no illusion though, this tax lays squarely on the shoulders of the Conservative government and represents an offloading of its responsibilities onto the residents of boroughs up and down the land. What we have not done is follow the lead of Conservative-led boroughs such as West Sussex, Kent, Shropshire, Hampshire, Swindon and South Gloucestershire councils in landing their residents with the maximum charges. On our other proposals, I'm not going to talk in terms of revenue and capital spends. We've done the sums and they've been given a clean bill of health. Some of it takes advantage of the low cost of borrowing, other parts are achieved through efficiencies and through appropriate reserve funds, spending deferrals and redirections also plays their part. But that's not the point, is it? The Liberal Democrat group saw very clearly that the point here is to recognise that, like never before, some priorities need to shift. This council's climate change ambitions have been bogged down for quite a while since before COVID hit. We have a suite of measures promoting the use of electric vehicles through our own leasing scheme and lamppost column charging that we believe, combined with the plan to facilitate long-term home working, would change air quality in the borough for good. If we can bring one good thing from the pandemic, why wouldn't it be clean air? In terms of business, from the high street to exporters to care homes, we're seeing whole business sectors threatened on an existential level. It's not exactly free to talk, but the small bolstering of the economy and skills team should give an extra capacity to find out what a wider selection of businesses need. Doing with, not to, doesn't just extend to residents. We anticipate that £50,000 a year could save us some very costly assumptions through not having listened properly. We are seeing tremendous strains on health and well-being in our communities, especially at the moment around our children's mental health. And it's here that we look in the mirror and ask what we're about. Colleagues will talk at greater length on this, but in essence, it boils down to this. When place-based working exposed the increased need in the area of children's mental health, I think that was a wake-up call for us all in this chamber. Our choice to defer spending on the active travel plan in order to put £1 million towards continuing the work was a hard one, and we have sought to honour any committed spending to projects already begun. But it's a clear choice. The money is in our control and children and young people are struggling now. The Liberal Democrats are not in control of the council's budget, and the sums we are talking about are modest, apart from the £10 million to extend the community roads programme before 2023, of course. That doesn't stop us, though, being ambitious with what's available to us, and it doesn't stop us realising that there are hard choices to make if we're going to protect the most vulnerable. As a council, we also have to realise that environment, business and health are not either-or choices. They're not mutually exclusive. They're interdependent. Council, as I look through the collected amendments, there is something of value in them all. I happen to think that there's more in ours, but then I would, wouldn't I? I commend this budget to Council, but in the unlikely event that our amendment gets rejected, I would urge cross-party discussions on the matter of the place-based working and children's mental health as a matter of urgency. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that. Is there a second?
Second that, Mr. Mayor, and reserve the right.
Thank you for that. All amendments have now been moved and seconded. Are there any comments on the amendment? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak on the Tory amendment. The government U-turns made us all dizzy before people started realising that the Tories were incompetent scoundrels who cared not a jot about accountability when using the public purse to award contracts to friends without an iota of an idea as to how to deliver a national health service or services. Once we're out of this mire, they must be fully scrutinised and brought to account. I'd like to thank our Tory opposition benches for their suggestions, and I'm delighted that they are engaging in the transformation of our waste services. We have set out an ambitious programme, and all the suggestions are either in process or are in our view. But I'd welcome working with you on the successful delivery of these. I say this because when it comes to voting or action, you're on record for sitting on your hands and carping from the sidelines. The service has not sat idle waiting, but have already invested over 2 million in the service this year and are set to invest a further 1.2 the following year. This has allowed us to grow our garden waste service, accommodate housing growth, increase street cleansing resources, reshape how we deal with fly tipping, and grow our ward offer for councillors to put them in direct control of the work undertaken in their ward. Also, waiting in the wings is a booking system for bulky waste collections and a new recycling service for our schools, which is possible through securing over 130,000 and match fund from the council by 90,000. All of this in the context of a world pandemic, I think demonstrates just how incredible our services have been and will continue to be moving forward. In conclusion, Tories should hang their heads in shame at their dismal handling of COVID-19 and telling constant lies. Their empty straplines aren't good enough when the poor have to pay for the rich to get richer. So please save us from the nasty Tory cuts. If you care, support the Labour budget. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to begin by thanking the Conservative group. Times are really difficult and we all need a good laugh. And I think this amendment has given us all a really good chuckle, so thank you very much for that. Opening with a blatant lie is never a good start, is it? I refer, of course, to the claim about government support of giving what we need. Councils were promised whatever it takes. Spend what you need to spend is what we were told, and we'll make sure you're not left out of pocket. But where are we today? The latest figures have us being left £14 million short by the government on COVID support. That's more than it would have cost to freeze council tax this year. That's on top of a decade of austerity already, cutting nearly £200 million from our core funding. Or as they may call it, a decade of efficiencies. Efficiencies that have seen services and communities ravaged. A decade of telling councils that if they want to save local services, the only way you're going to have a legal budget is if you hike up council tax. That has been the approach, that's been the policy of every government since 2010. The government devolves both spending cuts and tax rises and hopes it's the councils that will take the blame. But the reality is that this is a Tory tax rise. They've neglected their responsibilities to fund social care and local government properly for more than a decade, as colleagues across the chamber have said tonight. The government's deliberately passing the buck to local ratepayers through a regressive tax that none of us want to use. None of us want to be in this position. But it's a symptom of broken promises. It's a game they play to avoid the blame, but we won't play that game because behind the words on the reports are services that people rely on. Sadly, I feel that this amendment is a political fantasy. The magic money tree's been found for a press release headline on council tax, strangely just before a big election. To say that much of this amendment was written on the back of a fag packet, I think would be far too generous. At best, I imagine it was done on the 5th of a post-it note, maybe by Councillor Bolt while he was mid-bike ride, presumably on a week when Murfield had run out of calculators. We don't need to go into great depth because this amendment doesn't have great depth. It's shallow and meaningless leaflet content. Its desperation in making up the numbers to fund a leaflet headline isn't a serious proposal for running the council. But most striking is the hypocrisy. The Conservative group voted to accept the independent peer review of the council, which said that we needed to increase our organisational capacity. Now they vote to cut it. That includes in the assurance team, who actually save the council money in the long run, who have been earmarked as part of a £500,000 cut. They vote for £8 million of cuts to funding across the council. So I ask, which of our community libraries is going to be shut to afford that? Where is the axe going to fall? They vote for a £2 million reduction in the adult social care budget this year. So I ask, which of your constituents will be denied care this year? They accuse us of not having enough ambition again and again, and then vote to cut our regeneration projects, which themselves generate revenue, create jobs, and make our borough a better place to be. So I ask, on which town or village will that axe fall? And just how many officers would you be willing to hand a P45 for a cheap election stunt? I look to Bolton, one of our closest Tory-run metropolitan councils. They have a budget gap of £39.5 million. They can address that by being efficient, can't they? They're Conservative run. They're getting everything they need from the council, I hear some of our friends on the blue benches say. No. In their proposed budget, council tax is going up as well, but that doesn't cover the budget gap. So they propose cutting £13 million for adult services this year, on top of £10 million for children's services, and even £1.6 million from their public health team in the middle of a pandemic. That's the reality for local councils a decade into austerity. We have this amendment in front of us only because you know that you won't have to pretend that you're in a position to win. But behind the press release, jobs are on the line and the services that people need, and ambitious regeneration that needs to take place. This amendment fails on every front, and I look forward to seeing it fall. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Law.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If it was safe to do so, the Conservatives would have found it very useful to have met my 91-year-old disabled housebound mum. Hence, I'll not be supporting the Conservative amendment. Adult social care was already under significant financial pressure before COVID-19, with care providers in a perilous state and significant unmet and undermet needs. Short-term government funding, such as the Adult Social Care Precept and Better Care funding, is not sustainable, and it will not be possible to close the funding gap unless core permanent funding is found from a national perspective. The Tory amendment states, the Council should seek to cut its costs and to provide better services with less money. I'm sorry, I really struggle with that. I just think it's a really strange way to say that you care. Because surely if you really did care, you'd be asking the government to give us more funding. A couple of years ago, due to lack of Tory government funding again, we had to cut our cloth accordingly, or as Councillor Scott would so eloquently put, rummage through the rags. We lost the commode emptying home service. Then aged 89, one of the highlights of my mum's week was Tuesday mornings, when Jimmy came not only to empty my mum's commode, but to have a chat, share a laugh, compare a pain and an ache, have a mint or two. But the Tory cuts meant that you took away a valuable service for my mum and for many others. And yes, she cried, because more importantly to her, you'd taken away her friend. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak against the Tory amendment. And as Councillor Simpson's very eloquently laid out, it starts off very well, doesn't it, with the first line, which is full of misinformation and diversion. I won't go into the detail because Councillor Simpson's already covered that. But then we move on to see the concern that the Tory group has for citizens who have suffered losses in income. And we heard it a little bit earlier from a Tory councillor about his concern about people who were in desperate need at this point. And this would seem highly commendable. But there is an issue. And the issue is very simple. You look at the reality of Tory Britain since 2010. And what we've seen since 2010 is a redistribution of wealth from many to the few. And possibly that's what Boris Johnson was talking about when he meant levelling up perhaps he was talking about money filtering upwards to the wealthiest and just levelling out and staying up there, because that's what's happened. And the Office of National Statistics in a recent report tells us that since 2010, the wealthiest households, the top 10%, have seen their wealth grow by 2.6 trillion, 3 times faster than the bottom 10%. And currently the top 10% own 45% of total wealth, and our bottom 50% in this country only 9% of total wealth. In addition, in this period, the last decade, we've seen a huge growth in food banks. And one of the most trusted providers, Trussell Trust, has come up with a report which has shown in the last 5 years, just their network, the use of their food banks has increased by 74%. And last year, they gave out almost 2 million food parcels. This wasn't just the case of COVID. This has been happening steadily since 2010. Well, more than steadily, quite steeply. And then, of course, we have the increases in child poverty since 2010. And the TUC, in a recent report, showed that the number of children living below the breadline in working families, I emphasise working families, the way out of poverty, the Tories tell us, has increased by 38% since 2010. There are now 2.9 million children below the breadline in working families, an increase of 800,000 since 2010. And of course, in 2016, the Tories abolished the Child Poverty Act and scrapped targets to reduce poverty. So I'm afraid the concern expressed in this amendment and by other Tory councillors with regards to losses for incomes for many people and the impact on ordinary people doesn't wash. And when councillors talk about facing constituents and being able to tell them why we're increasing the council tax, then I'll challenge them as well to face those constituents and tell them why they've supported a government that's increased child poverty, that's increased massively the growth in food banks, and has created even more inequality in terms of people's wealth and incomes in this country. And let's be clear, as Councillor Simpson said, council tax is a Tory tax. It's regressive. It hits those on lower middle incomes far more than the wealthiest. The Tories use it to divert away from the fact that they are underfunding local government. But it is a key element of Tory ideology, because the Tories believe the more you have, the more you deserve. The less you have, the less you deserve. And you see that in the way they implement this and the way they know fully well that those LAs which have significantly deprived areas will suffer greatly.
30 seconds.
And will struggle. And they also understand that those more affluent areas will do far better through the system that they put in place. Remember, our budget is a budget for all. It's not just for one community, but all of our communities. Vote this amendment down and support the administration's budget as proposed, so that we can continue to support all of our communities, despite the Tory government's refusal to adequately fund local government. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James Homewood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to speak in opposition to the Tory party amendment. And I'm opposed to it largely because I think it's financially incoherent, and I think it's contradictory in many ways. I think it's contradictory both in the details within the amendment itself, and I think, interestingly, it's also quite contradictory with Tory party policy as far as I can see. Firstly, I wanted to just consider the council tax position, as has been discussed already. Over the last 10 years, we've had a variety of Tory and Tory-led governments, and I suppose I have to give them some credit that they have been extremely consistent on their policy to local government, and I think they've had two clear policies. One is a consistently cutting the core funding that is received by councils, and the second is that social care is to be funded by increases to council tax. Those have been two clear policies, and they're policies that are owned by the Tory party, in my view, not by any other parties. And as we've heard, we've been talking for some time now, all of those 10 years, about how new proposals and legislation is going to come forward to deal with the adult social care funding crisis. And we've seen absolutely nothing to that effect. So I think, we need to be really, really clear that the policy of the national government, the National Conservative government, is to raise council tax and put the burden of social care onto council taxpayers. That is the policy of the national government. And let's be clear, if they wanted to, they could resolve this problem now. They could remove that burden, and we've been pushing for that as a Labour Party. And I think people and residents in Kirklees can know, if we had a Labour government in Westminster, we would not be putting the cost of social care onto council taxpayers. I think that's really important to say. But looking more detailed at the amendment, I then see the contradictions around how are we actually going to pay for this if we don't put up council tax. And it seems to me to come down to, we're going to cut staff and we're going to find efficiencies, which is code for cut some more staff. I don't think that's sustainable or the right approach to be taking. And to me, it also is very contradictory to the other ideas they have in this amendment around recycling, waste strategy. Okay, so some modest money that you're wanting to put into that, but all of it needs greater capacity in the council, more staff. So I don't understand how those two things work together. And I also just wanted to mention about the business rates, recovery of business rates. So I don't know what evidence you have that is more robust than the detailed analysis that our officers have done on this to come to the conclusion that this will increase more quickly. But given the effects of COVID and the situation they're in, it seems to me it's pretty optimistic. So again, I'm struggling to understand how this is coherent, how this is financially prudent to make these sort of assessments that I don't think we can be sure about. So overall, Mr. Mayor, to me, this looks to me like an amendment from a group that know that it's not going to be adopted. They're not going to have to implement it. They're not going to have to defend it. It's just politicking. I don't think it's coherent financially, and I would be worried if we adopted this amendment, when we come to setting our budget next year, we'll be in a much worse financial position. And I don't think that's a risk that we want to take. So I will be voting against this amendment, and I hope other members will be too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bernard McGuinn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think tonight we've had a party political broadcast from the Labour Party, from nearly every one of them, very negative, knocking, not very nice. So I want to try to be positive and talk about the part of the Conservative amendment. There are three main points I want to make tonight. I'm looking at our amendment. The first one is about the CCTV investment, the additional dedicated Section 106 officer, and the need to keep council tax increases as low as possible. In support of CCTV in particular, the Almonbury CCTV project has been ongoing for a couple of years. All ward councillors support it, and the scheme is ready to go. Residents generally support the installation, the police support it, and it has been shown to be a good deterrent against theft and vandalism. This budget amendment makes a point to suggest to support communities and protect them using CCTV. The second point about Section 106 payments is relevant for all those who sit on planning committees. Payments are made by developers to support infrastructure when housing is built. We need to make sure these payments are made. Kirklees is missing out on them being collected. If possible, an expert in viability reports needs to be hired, as there is evidence that council officers are finding it hard to counter viability reports made by developers. Land that was good enough to go in the 2019 local plan is suddenly being seen as too difficult to build on and not viable, not enough profit to be made. I also note the millions set aside by past 106 payments not spent. There's 7 million in Kirklees accounts at the moment that's just sitting there, not going to the projects it should be. The third point is about social care and about the town council tax. There is evidence that people will struggle to pay a large increase in council tax. That is noted in the main part of the budget report. There will be an increase in people applying for reductions and benefits. So therefore, the part of the Labour budget is making people more reliant on the council. We should be making people more self-reliant. That's a Tory principle, by the way. I think we can all agree that the problem of paying for social care has been kicked down the road for too long. I hope the present government keeps its promise to integrate health and social care. The 3% increase in the social care precept has also, I know, been criticised by the Liberal amendment. It is a punitive, unnecessary increase that will hurt the poorest. We should keep the overall increase to as little as possible. I will therefore support the Tory amendment, which supports the residents of Kirklees by using part of the 100 million reserves that are there lying in Kirklees coffers. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Can we have Councillor Bill Armour, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. They've had a free ride so far, so I will primarily address the Liberal Democrat budget here, amendment rather. And this amendment is something of a parson's egg. It's fairly good in places, but markedly less good elsewhere. It's good that the Liberal Democrats recognise that many residents of the borough have experienced financial hardship as a result of COVID. Although they could have noted that a significant number face a great deal of uncertainty about the future employment or business prospects. That being the case, I welcome the proposal by the Lib Dems to limit the increase in adult social care, although I think a rise of 2% this year is too much. I do wonder, though, why they still think it right to impose a 1.99% increase in council tax at the same time. In round figures, they propose an overall increase of 4%, even though they know that it will cause additional hardship for many. I also welcome the recognition by the Liberal Democrats that more needs to be done to repair and renew unclassified roads in the borough. The problem here is that there is no proposal for an immediate uplift in funding for road repairs. Instead, there is a proposal to extend the scheme by a couple of years. This misses the point that many of our roads are badly damaged now. This smacks of an attempt to kick the can further down the road, perhaps in the hope that it will vanish down a convenient pothole. In this day and age, we're all supportive of green issues, and I'm pleased to see the Liberal Democrats are on side with this. Their support for the green objectives of the government is most welcome. However, their proposals are at times a little vague. For example, the Liberal Democrats do not make clear in their street light electric vehicle recharging proposal just who will pay for the electricity. Will it be the vehicle owner? And if so, how will the charges be collected securely? If Kirklees will pay, that really means that the council taxpayer will foot the bill. Such a move will be regressive in the extreme, as it would mean that those unable or unwilling to run their own car will be forced to subsidise those who do. There are people who cannot afford a car, there are disabled people who are unable to make use of a car, and there are those who choose not to have a personal vehicle. It would be inequitable to force them to subsidise this scheme. The Liberal Democrat proposal for a plastic bottle deposit scheme is on the face of it laudable. It is, however, beset with problems. If such a scheme were to be set up in isolation from other local authorities, or perhaps even worse, targeted at limited parts of the borough, it could provide an incentive for people to import plastic bottles from elsewhere. This would quickly become non-viable for shopkeepers large and small, unless the refund was insignificant and thus not attractive. And there is a risk that Kirklees could end up helping solve problems in, say, South Yorkshire, Calderdale, Leeds or Wakefield, rather than closer to home. The proposal for green markets is interesting, albeit unfunded. It is, of course, potentially at odds with parts of the business recovery aspiration. The promotion of such markets could seriously damage small shopkeepers in the area. Of course, shops are only one part of the local business economy, and the Liberal Democrat amendment does look at the broader sector. In this context, adding one and a half full-time equivalent posts to the economy and skills team, I'm afraid does look rather tokenistic, rather than representing a determined effort to make significant changes. If we need investment in that area, we need more than 1.5 full-time equivalent posts. A glaring missed opportunity here is the absence of any mention of improved internet connectivity. Vitally, people are to be willing and able to continue working from home. This is an economic, social, and yes, indeed, a green topic, which is worth pursuing, but not, it seems, for the Liberal Democrats. In the Conservative amendment, we do address the issue of internet.
30 seconds.
Thank you. And we are well aware of this. We are looking to put something towards it. But despite the claim for green credentials, the Liberal Democrats seem to be just totally ignoring this significant part of the equation. Mr. Mayor, for that and other reasons, I'm unable to support the Liberal Democrat amendment and will instead be supporting the Conservative one. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Amanda Pinnock, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to speak against the Tory amendment because elderly residents and others we care for in this town deserve dignity and respect. They deserve a care system that is well funded and adequate enough to address their needs and desires. 9% of Kirklees residents need help and support to continue living in their homes. The council has seen an increase in demand for domiciliary care. We want to invest to ensure diverse options are available that best suit care needs. We want to invest in state-of-the-art new supported living accommodation for young people with complex needs. We want to provide suitable placements for elderly people. We want to identify adequate provision for those with disabilities. And we want to continue to support carers to look after their loved ones and provide well-needed respite when required. And we want to continue to promote dignity and a high level of care to those who need it the most. Of course, this cannot be achieved without innovation and funding. But this government is not willing to find sustainable and long-term solutions to make this a reality. Instead, they put the cost of social care on the residents of this town, forcing the council's hand to increase taxes to cover the already deep shortfall. In fact, just last month, Labour called for the Prime Minister to drop the government's plans to force local councils to increase council tax in the middle of the pandemic. This went to a vote and the Tories did not support it. It is no secret that the care sector has been neglected by the government for far too long. Well before the pandemic, our services were at breaking point, and over the years, false promises were made to deliver long-term funding settlements, but sadly, this hasn't come to any fruition. And nothing has exposed health inequalities more than the coronavirus.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
And how it's impacted on groups in society. A survey in November last year by the Association of Directors of Adults.
Councillor Pinnock, Councillor McGuinn.
Yeah, the speaker's not talking about any of the amendments just at all. I think she's out of order. She's not
well,
talking
I'm actually getting to that. If you give me an opportunity, I will get to it.
Mr. Mayor, she hasn't spoken about anything about the amendments.
Wayne, just hold on 1 minute, please.
Yeah, can you let me continue?
Just Councillor Pinnock, can you just mute it, please? Councillor McGuinn, she can talk about the contents of the motion. I think what she's doing is she's okay, so I'm going to let her continue. Councillor Pinnock, can you continue, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A survey in November last year by the Association of Directors of Adults Social Care found that nearly a quarter of English directors have no confidence in their budget being sufficient to meet their statutory duties, with several councils warning that they may follow the Northampton footsteps without government intervention. And ironically, this government claps for carers and nurses, but are unwilling to invest in the care sector to allow well-needed improvements. Just this morning on the BBC, it was reported in the UK, people with learning difficulties tend to die more than 2 decades younger than non-disabled people. Many of these deaths are preventable and come about because of poor managed care. These are some of the issues that our council is grappling with. They say that the true measure of any society can be found in how the vulnerable are treated. The question we all need to ask ourselves as decision makers is, how do we want to be treated? And let the answer to that question guide how we all vote tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Right, we're coming up to 9 o'clock, so I want to extend the meeting. So I propose that we extend the meeting. Can somebody second?
Mr. Mayor. I'll second that, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Greaves.
Okay. Are we all okay with it?
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It's fine.
Yeah. So okay. Councillor Sheikullah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking on the Conservative amendment, and there are a number of flaws, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's. I think it's disjointed and coherently makes very little sense. There has been an attempt, though, to address the climate change issue, albeit on paper format only. I think it's very tokenistic. With regards to the bin issues, Mr. Mayor, I would challenge whether this could realistically be achieved. And then there's the mention of single-use plastics. I'm yet to hear any firm legislation about that at all. But what's really disappointing is that there is no mention of children's services, free school meals and laptops. Given that this is bearing the most pressure on families and children, I think the Conservative group have missed a sitter here. There's mention of further reductions in Huddersfield and Dewsbury Town Centre. And on last year's budget and the budget before, the Labour administration were criticised. We're not investing enough. We're not cutting our cloth to sew. And the moment we try to bring that investment forward and we invest in our towns and villages, what's happened? We're criticised. I will not be supporting this budget, Mr. Mayor, as it shows a lack of investment in people, a lack of investment in places, but most of all, it has no foresight into the changing trends. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can we have Councillor Musarat Khan, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak against the Tory amendment. This year's Tory amendment has to be the most financially incompetent, factually incorrect, and nonsensical amendment I've ever seen in the time I've served as an elected member, but I have to congratulate them on at least submitting one. It's lacking in insight, ambition, it's contradictory, and it doesn't make logical, rational sense. Previously, the local Tories complained we weren't investing enough in our town centres and now want to leave the town centres to rack and ruin. We are amidst a rapidly changing world in terms of how and where we work, consumer trends, and our social leisure behaviour. In light of this, all capital programmes are under review to ensure we meet the future needs of communities and businesses in a post-COVID world. The Tories have projected fanciful levels of income, particularly in relation to business rates income, but it's not realistic given the projected post-COVID changes and would be damaging for the borough. The Tory group also agreed with the recommendations from the peer review in terms of increasing our governance and assurance capacity, and yet today they are proposing removal of this capacity. I think the local Tories are in competition with their national leadership in terms of number of U-turns. The Tory proposal to provide a Christmas bin collection shows how out of touch they are with public opinion. The pandemic highlighted the important role key workers play and how dependent we are all on them for everyday needs. We've seen a renewed appreciation of the hard work frontline key workers do on a daily basis. The public do not have a problem with current Christmas arrangements, as they understand waste collection staff work all bank holidays throughout the year and deserve a well-earned break at Christmas. I advise the Tory group against using this as an election gimmick unless they want to look petty. Most local authorities in the UK are being forced to raise funds for adult social care through the adult social care precept. Let's be clear, this is a Tory tax. As Councillor Pinnock pointed out, last month Labour put forward a motion calling for plans to scrap the increase in council tax, and the Tory party did not support this. And this is the start of government passing the cost of the pandemic onto the public. This Tory amendment is indicative of the attitudes of their government towards elderly and disabled people. The adult social care precept is ring-fenced specifically for adult social care. This amendment would mean a 2.8 million funding reduction for disabled and vulnerable elderly people. A few years ago, my predecessor invited the local Tories to identify which carers were not to receive respite, or which vulnerable elderly or disabled people do they want us not to provide care and support for. Unsurprisingly, my colleague didn't receive a response. And for Councillor Patrick and Councillor Lukick's reference, we have a council tax subsidy in our budget on top of the usual 80% council tax relief to assist families who are struggling financially. Please see paragraph 2.55 of the budget report for detail. Now, contrary to the Conservatives' amendments, government hasn't followed through with their promise to reimburse councils in full. It appears the Tory group are suffering from some sort of amnesia in terms of the devastating austerity cuts and their impact prior to the pandemic. When they talk about efficiency savings, let's be clear what they are talking about: job losses and reduced services.
30 seconds.
This is not the direction we are headed in, nor it is a Labour political aspiration. The most striking feature of this amendment is that there's no mention of people and their well-being, but somehow this does not surprise me given their government's appalling record on COVID deaths. I don't know what process the Tory group used to formulate their budget amendment, but I would advise them to review it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Mark Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just like to say I will be supporting the Conservative amendment, and I just got to mention that it has sounded like a little bit of a party political broadcast on behalf of the Socialist Party today, and what I can't believe is that there wasn't more people voted for you at the last election, because obviously you talk a good talk. Anyway, that's by the by. So I've been asked to put forward one of the parts of the amendment, which is reference to the Rural Economy Review. Shabir, Mr. Pandor did mention that nobody gets left behind, and it's a budget for all. And that made me start looking back in some of the history as far as documentation and commission work that the Labour Party have done. And one was in 2016, which was the Kirklees commissioned document called Kirklees Rural Economy Review. And among some of the content in that review was potential to combat climate change, which is quite ironic, going back to 2016. Multiple opportunities to cut carbon footprint, encourage the provision of office space and start-up businesses in rural areas, the reuse of old buildings that could make a contribution to the economy, home working from home. Where's the irony there as we look at the pandemic moving into year 2? And it also says there, an incredibly important high priority, home working, working from home. Quality, fast broadband and availability of appropriate office space in key areas in small hamlets, villages and towns. it almost looks like we, when this was written by officers, that they had hindsight into what was going to happen in 2020-21. It also goes on to look at public libraries could be made excellent rural digital enterprise and community hubs, along with using other underused buildings in these places, such as churches, village halls, Kirklees assets. One could say that places like Red House Museum and etc. Could be used for such an advantage to small towns and hamlets. And when you look at the statistics of 66% of rural dwellers work in Kirklees, and also 82% of rural workers in Kirklees are from Kirklees. And we look at towns such as Holmfirth, we look as far north as East Byley, Birkenshaw, into the hills at west of Cleckheaton. All these places have got large amounts of commuter population that at this moment in time are either furloughed, working from home, that when we start lifting from the lockdown, that they're going to need somewhere to work from, and they're not going to be necessarily working from offices in the cities. So we could start doing an awful lot for these people in these rural communities. What we really need to do with the consultation that we were looking at in the amendment was to create a digital hub, a village hub. We need to open with the open Wi-Fi environments into the villages and small towns, improve community networking and collaboration, less need to travel, carbon improvements. So we are hitting a lot of bases as far as this consultation piece, and looking at finding ways of using connectivity to these smaller areas. We also need to look at collaborating with the economies and infrastructure team, the assets team and major projects team, along with the IT team, to get these things moving, because nothing is going to be the same for a very long time. But these people do need to feel that they're part of something rather than being isolated in their own houses. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Carol Patterson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak on the Greens amendment. I mean, in their budget proposals, they seem to forget or to have forgotten which authority they have been elected to serve on. And this sounds more like a manifesto for a candidate for the West Yorkshire mayor elections, rather than a local council that spends the majority of its budget on services desperately needed by people in Kirklees, like adult and children's services, schools, and the place-based services that people connect with every day. It sounds like a one-issue campaign, not the real issues facing the people of Kirklees. But to be fair to the Greens, they do care about people. As promoted in their recent political broadcast, and tonight by Councillor Cooper, they have spent their ward budget on providing laptops to children in schools in their ward, failing to mention, of course, and denying, suggesting that we followed suit, but that they failed to mention the support that had already been provided by the council. We didn't need to follow the Greens' example. Why do you think that we've done so well in getting 4,000 laptops from the government? Because we got in there very, very early, as soon as the government announced the scheme. We didn't wait to add up all the numbers or anything. We got in there with our bid for those laptops. And why do you think we've spent an extra 1,300 or bought an extra 1,300 laptops for children in schools? Because we recognised that the government scheme didn't provide laptops for children under year 3, and it didn't. It was a separate bid for academies as well. So we realised that there were going to be children in need and who were going without. So that's why we spent our own money very, very early on again to provide all these laptops. As I say, we didn't need to follow the Green examples. I'm very pleased that they have provided laptops, but We've had a waiting list for a long time now, which hopefully has been cleared of all the schools in Kirklees that have wanted to access these laptops. And we did that because we realised, and we'll continue to do it as well, because this blended learning pattern is here to stay. It's not going to go away. For any children, they've really benefited from it. I mean, particularly post-16 education, they've really benefited from having that online experience and really enjoyed it. And of course, I'm sure the Greens would also wish to support our 3 priorities: outstanding children's services and place-based working, and tackling climate change. And we'll acknowledge the resources that we are putting into tackling climate change in this budget. All our services, including our schools, will contribute to tackling this climate emergency. It isn't and never has been a Green prerogative to support climate change. But again, to be fair to the Greens, perhaps we should thank them for highlighting the work required to tackle this emergency. But this cannot be at the expense of the inequalities that have been highlighted in our communities, the resources and efforts that need to be made to ensure our children's long-term futures are not permanently damaged by the pandemic, or at the expense of our communities, which we as a council have relied so heavily on, who have come together so well to support themselves, their neighbours and their communities, to have the resilience to fight back against this virus. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can I have Councillor Andrew Marchington, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just interesting listening to the comments. To show how some members of the Conservative group are using our amendment as cover for what they're doing in their own. I think that's totally inappropriate. The adult social care tax is a Tory stealth tax, and that is why we have chosen to smooth it. The 2 year and 1% actually mean that over the longer term we'll have the same investment in adult social care as other groups, and it seems to be totally inappropriate to do that. There is a concern that next year we don't know what the Conservative government will do next year, so that is a bit of a dilemma. We thought hard about it. Just to contrast as well, we've asked for modest efficiency savings, prudent efficiency savings, unlike those of the Conservative group over the 5 years. And I think what we realise is that the Conservative efficiencies will strip £20 million out of the council's budget. They're not efficiencies, they're cuts. We know about that. And again, every other Conservative authority has taken the full council tax rise, Derbyshire County Council being quite close to having done that. The Conservative cut to the reduction in the council tax will cut £20 million from council services over the next 5 years. That money will never come back, and it will set us up to fail for generations ahead. Liberal Democrat proposal is quite sensible. Yes, we've got some green issues. Really pleased to hear that there's been some movement on electrical vehicle leasing scheme, that actually there might be proposals which you'll see this being undertaken at no cost to the council. Can we please just get on with it? And it will provide access to those who might find it difficult to get an electric vehicle to do that. We touched on the economy and skills team earlier on, but actually it is really important that as part of COVID recovery, that we look at how we can work with local businesses to make sure that there is good quality employment for local people. Actually, if there's local jobs, that actually reduces the travel time as well. Of course, more and more people working from home. We need a match between our skill providers and our employers, and we need to be facilitating that. Just again, Councillor Armour attacked us on the deposit return scheme. He just seems to be against the principle and worry about it. But actually, we see evidence of this working really well elsewhere, particularly in Europe. In Germany, they have a very effective small deposit on PET bottles, plastic bottles. You go to your local supermarket, you put the bottles in, you get a voucher that you can use at that supermarket. Slightly higher deposit on glass bottles. Some of us who remember buying Ben Shaw's pop when the deposit was twopence and then threepence, and then went up to the enormous amount of 5p. Encouraged us to recycle there. And actually, if we're a bit smart, we could go and pick up, can I take your bottles back to the shop? The greatest scheme I've heard about plastic bottle deposit is in Norway, where actually their deposit scheme actually encouraged local reprocessing of plastic. And you just imagine an area like Kirklees, where we've got really good local skills, actually plastic bottles returned to the point of sale could then be remanufactured in Kirklees for use in local products as well, rather than us having to export plastics elsewhere. Glad of Councillor Davis's reassurances to me after the last council meeting that this is not to countries with struggling economies, but actually it will encourage local recycling. I think the last point I would like to address and is about, a lot of us have noticed about the state of our local roads, and it's got even worse during the recent bad weather. And it just, again, Councillor Armour, and I don't know who prepared your the Conservative group, seems to have misunderstood
30 seconds.
Some of the finances. Yeah, we're putting the same amount of money in as they are. We recognise there's £5 million already uplift this year. So the amount of money we're putting into fixing roads is the same as Conservatives, but it's actually coming in much earlier than theirs is. And it's reckoned. So attacking us on that is not a good idea. We know our roads need to be fixed. Councillor Burke spoke about it earlier on. We need to do it as quickly as possible. Even the amounts we're putting in, we need more than that.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor Viv Kendrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I note that the Conservative amendment begins by stating that the challenge of coronavirus has placed great pressure on the council's budget this year, and I can agree with that. But I can't agree with their following statement that the government has fulfilled its commitment to provide the funds necessary to ensure we will remain with a balanced budget. I would rather say we've achieved a balanced budget in spite of the government's actions or inactions. The Local Government Association, which is a cross-party association chaired by a Conservative councillor, has stated in their budget submission to government that they estimate that up to 2.6 billion more is needed to cover the full impact of the pandemic on councils in this financial year, not next year, this one. The government also is playing about with the idea that in 21-22, the next financial year, that they will only provide 75% of the cost to councils. And the LGA have been very, very clear that it is vital that 100% is provided to councils. But it's not only underfunding of councils because of the pandemic that puts us under pressure. There are many other examples of underfunding. We still, as people have said, await the outcome of social care and the decision which will provide proper funding for that. When have we needed adult social care more than now? Another example relates to high needs. And just for clarity, this is funding to support for children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask you some questions. If I agreed that I owed you £7,000 and you needed it to cover vital household expenses, would you be happy if I then said I'd pay you the money at £1,000 a year for the next 7 years? I suspect not. But that is what this government has done to Kirklees Council and Kirklees people. But it isn't £7,000, it's £7 million of high needs funding for our most vulnerable children. And we have to manage and cover that now. The Conservative amendment flirts about with using reserves to finance things like Christmas household bin collections, rather than recognising that the budget should be about people and people with the greatest needs, many of whom are experiencing terrible situations for the first time in their lives. And here we are, 10th of February. It is only January. since in Parliament there was a vote not to do a council tax hike, and the Conservatives voted against it and won that vote. Therefore, Mr. Mayor, I cannot support the Conservative amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have Councillor Richard Smith, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak on the budget amendment from the Green Group. I have to say, it's not often I agree with Councillor Patterson, but I do believe she had a point that this does look a little bit like somebody could be writing a mayoral pitch. However, I'd firstly like to recognise that they've come round to our view that significant efficiencies can be made over a 5-year period. However, unlike the Conservative amendment, the Green amendment offers no details as to how this will be achieved. It is correct, in my opinion, that the Council should recognise the impact of the pandemic upon business. However, to offer 6-month rent recovery for hospitality businesses does not recognise the impact upon businesses which are not in this sector. And more importantly, what about all those businesses whose landlords are not Kirklees Council? We have to recognise that when proposing budgets and budget amendments as elected members, what we are doing is telling an electorate how we propose to spend their money. It makes no difference at all whether we're spending money which is collected through council tax, or business rates, or rent from businesses, or funding from central government. All of this is ultimately paid for by us, the taxpayer. I am a taxpayer, and I speak to lots of other taxpayers in my ward. I have yet to hear someone suggest to me that they would like their hard-earned money spent on a community climate action project, whatever this means. Likewise, greening and democratising blueprints, 5,000. Kirklees tree planting, 10,000. Kirklees Green New Deal demonstrator, 1 million. Community climate action projects, place-based working. What does this actually mean? And why does this amendment spend £1.125 million on it? I speak to residents in my ward a lot. I've yet to see a single person ask me to spend £1 million of public money on Passive House, or a further £1 million on a school's climate change education project. Nor have I been stopped in the street and asked if the council could spend £2 million on a carbon reduction fund. Quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, this doesn't read like a budget amendment at all. It looks like a Christmas list from Greta Thunberg. What the residents in my ward want to see is their bins emptied promptly, even when it snows, and during the Christmas holidays. They want to see the local tip open when it should be open. They want the roads, which quite frankly in my neck of the woods in South Kirklees have been beyond woeful for years, they want them repairing. They would like to see proper enforcement against flag tipping, and they would like the place that they live kept clean. The other thing that is being overlooked in this amendment is the fact that people are not able to pay an extra 5% on their existing council tax. This has been said before this evening, but it's worth restating. Many people have lost their employment, and there is much worse possibly to come. You know, the end of this pandemic, we'll have to count the cost. And it's just simply not the right thing to do at this point in time to ask the residents of this borough to pay an extra 5%. Mr. Mayor, I cannot support this amendment, and I don't believe anyone in the Kirkburn ward would want me to support it. It does nothing for the people in my ward, and it does nothing to enhance the living standards of residents in Kirklees. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can we have Councillor Peter McBride, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just say the all the budget opposition parties have a common theme of funding development by borrowing, raids on reserves and so-called efficiency. The only one of the budget which is really worth considering was the Liberal one, and they judged to take a 2% and 2% increase as was allowed by the government rather than 3%, 1%. I think it was a moot point. It was a matter of judgment. I think there were many points in their budget which were worth examining, and I think we could talk to them about implementing them. As for the rest, I think one can be somewhat dismissive, particularly the Tory budget. It's an annual exhibition of hypocrisy and irresponsibility. They're alarmed by a 5% increase in council tax, fully aware of the government's shortfall to be funded by the local taxpayer. So the victims of their distortion of local government financing can be presented as perpetrators. The cynicism runs right through Tory proposals here in Kirklees. They make a token gesture to climate change and devolve huge sums to local members to spend on highway maintenance and street cleaning. The last people you put in charge of that would be Tory local members. Inevitably, their cuts are focused on back office services, such as the Chief Exec's office, assurance provision, and democratic services. Support services difficult for the public to understand and perceive. Ironically, no one uses these services more than the Tories, particularly Councillor Ball. He alone wants extra provision for inspection, investigation, and personal support to meet the needs not of a ward councillor, but of a devolved region. The Tories have saved their major cuts, however, for investment in Huddersfield and Dewsbury, large urban areas experiencing hardship that have dared not to vote Tory. Councillor McGuinn will be sole Tory in either town, left to deal with the ignominy of Tory cuts. At national level, Tory allocation of billions for deprived towns has gone virtually totally to Tory constituencies, including, of course, the Secretary of State, Mr. Jennings' constituency of Newark. I used to live very close to Newark. I assure you, it is not a very deprived area. I think it's 250th or 270th least deprived in the whole country. The same party that wants a bypass for Flockton and priority for Murfield would deny it to the poor urban centres where poverty and deprivation can be acknowledged in reports, but denied the wherewithal to remedy it. And that is the essence of the Tory budget. There's so much in what has been stated overall that recommends the Labour government, and the contrast is so evident when one sees the cynicism of the Tories. And I would exclude the Liberals from that comment.
Councillor Richard Eastwood. Councillor Richard Eastwood.
Yeah, sorry about that. Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you bear with me, a lot's been said already against the Conservative amendment, so what I'm going to say will be short and sweet. It's a nice surprise, actually, for the Conservatives to get around to putting in an amendment, although a couple of years back, so thank you for that. The Conservative group's amendment promises cash for council services such as waste management, street cleaning, road resurfacing and fly tipping enforcement, and they've said that the council could provide better services with less money. They've also talked about a council tax freeze. Sounds very good, but reality is it's not good for the long term. It's short term, aimed at the ballot box come May. The Conservatives are proposing council-wide efficiency services of nearly 21 million over 5 years. But what does that mean for council and for our residents? What are they going to cut? Which services are they going to cut? And how do they do more for less? See, the Conservatives group amendment savings include removing extra staffing in governance, in the Chief Executive's office and in assurance. I will point out that a review of these services took place not so very long ago, but the council realised that the cuts went too far and have spent several years trying to build back capacity into those services. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can we have Councillor Anthony Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be speaking to our amendment and just focusing in on one particular area, if I may, and that's the section on improving wellbeing through the place partnership work. The succession of lockdowns and restrictive measures imposed on Kirklees communities since last March have had an effect on everyone. The pandemic has put a huge strain on many young people who were already struggling with their mental health due to reasons such as social isolation, a loss of routine, and a breakdown in formal and informal support. The charity Young Minds commissioned a number of surveys of young people during the pandemic, the most recent of which in autumn 2020, and questioned over 2,000 young people. And its findings were that 69% of respondents described their mental health as poor now they are back at school. 40% of respondents said that there was no school counsellor available to support students in their school, and only 27% had a one-to-one conversation with a teacher or another member of staff in which they were asked about their well-being. Almost a quarter of the respondents said that there was less mental health support in their school than before the pandemic, and only 9% agreed that there was more mental health support. On the back of their findings, the charity has called for a ring-fenced resilience fund to be established for commissioning of mental health and well-being support for young people. They suggest that this could include commissioning of counselling services for schools, working with local charities, bringing extra staff to provide pastoral support, digital services, and prioritising of staff well-being. As you are all aware, a number of mental health projects have been established across Kirklees via the Place Partnership Initiative. I would like to highlight in particular the work of the Colne Valley and Spen Valley Place Partnerships, which have focused primarily on delivering many of the services for young people mentioned in my previous comments, including one-to-one counselling services via school referrals, delivery of mental health first aid training for people working with young people, and initiatives to provide family-based activities to support wellbeing. In Colne Valley, these initiatives have had a direct and positive impact for young people, and the feedback we have received from schools and individuals has been extremely encouraging. Given the continued uncertainty we face with the ongoing pandemic, we believe the need for maintaining these services is more important than ever, which is why in our amendment we have called for funding of these vital projects to be extended. We look to councillors from all parties to embrace the pragmatic and cooperative spirit they have shown in working together whilst developing these services, and support our amendment to ensure that we do all we can to continue to support young people across Kirklees in these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Graham Turner.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Members, officers, and for those watching at home, can I take you back in time to a world where we could meet family and friends? A time when we could go to a pub, watch sport, attend gigs, and go to the theatre or cinema. A time when we'd have all been sat cramped together in the council chamber. Who knew back on Wednesday the 15th of January 2020 that we would miss all these things? Just remember, it's 6:40 back in the 15th of January 2020, and Councillor Hall is speaking on the debate on the peer review. He raised several points. Some I agreed with, and some clearly I didn't. What I did agree with him was his statement on the comments from the peer review that stated the corporate centre is in need of strengthening as it gave concern on our ability to deliver. He said there is right to strengthen the corporate centre, and we also need other areas of council as we were weak, as we had let the wrong people go, and we now have an incapacity to deliver. So what do we find in his party's amendments? A document he has signed on behalf of his group, a cut of £504,000 from the corporate centre. This can only mean job cuts. In keeping with Tory party central office's current U-turn policy, he appears to have done a U-turn of his own. Clearly, he was for turning. At a time when we need all the capacity we can to rebuild our shattered economy and communities, the Conservative group want to cut the very thing only 12 months ago they said was not strong enough. Officers have worked their socks off during the pandemic and have gone above and beyond the call of duty, and the Conservatives want to reward all that time and effort by cutting jobs. Never has it been more important that we have a strong, committed and highly effective workforce within the corporate centre to take us forward. Cutting it makes no logical sense. Just like the rest of the Conservative group amendments, it makes no sense whatsoever. Mr. Mayor, it will come as no surprise to learn that I cannot and won't be supporting the Conservative group amendments this evening.
Thank you for that. Councillor Alison Munro.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. I'd just like to say thank you again to the officers for their hard work in the preparation of the budget. And in relation to the Lib Dem budget amendment, I'd just like to say a few words. As you all know, the Council declared a climate emergency in June 2019 and has until 2038 to become carbon neutral. 2 years have passed since that emergency was declared, and while some measures are being pursued, we feel much more needs to be done much more quickly. I appreciate that COVID-19 has impacted our lives and the business of the Council, but addressing issues relating to our climate is an ongoing emergency. And ultimately, if we don't do more now, then the consequences could be far worse than the impacts of COVID. So I'd just like to go through a few of our proposals. Running a campaign to communicate the climate emergency to residents via roadside signage, communicating simple messages to everyone to recognise that individual action and personal choices will make the big difference cannot be underestimated. And this will be relatively cheap to do. We believe this needs to happen now. Additionally, sorry, I'll just turn my page. Our waste package recycling refund deposit scheme that we're proposing. We believe the Council really needs to revisit deposit return schemes as it adds value to something such as plastic bottles, which are currently treated as throwaway, and it enables us to see waste in a different light. Waste it effectively becomes waste with benefits. And we know in principle that this works as there are successful refund schemes in Europe, which have already been mentioned earlier. We therefore feel the Council should trial a pilot scheme and across in different areas across the borough, and hopefully this will be successful and could be implemented. There is such a scheme ongoing in Conway with Conway Borough Council.
30 seconds.
Okay, so I'd just like to go on. Again, we'd also like to see temporary markets being set up in our communities and local villages, as we feel this will improve our local economies and breathe new life into our areas post-COVID. And finally, I'd just like to say that the green measures outlined in our amendment are just some of the schemes we would like to see supported by Kirklees. Each measure, however small, will help to shape our future.
Time's over. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Darren O'Donovan, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Time's ticking on. I know a number of members have covered most of the things. I'm going to, I think, quite evidently speak against the Tory amendment. Got quite a coup, actually, Mr. Mayor. I'm sat in the very room where it's rumoured that the Conservative amendment was written. So quite a coup there. I think you'll see it's quite an empty, bleak, desolate room with not much interest, not much detail in it, much like the Conservative amendment. Mr. Mayor, as in previous years, for those that don't know in the public, the budget papers are around this thick. The Conservative amendment is 2 sides of A4 in big letters to try to fill the space a little bit. And as Councillor Simpson said, much of it is designed to headline the leaflets for the next election. I'm glad that that it is indeed the Labour administration that are in control of this council, because I think looking at the detail of the Conservative group amendment, there's a lack of detail there. It's quite ironic that Conservative members are discussing the fact that there's no detail in our budget. It's quite evidently here, but not evident here, Mr. Mayor. But looking through the Conservative group amendment, again, as in previous years, when you read the first couple of lines of some of the things, your eyes kind of open wide. You think, oh, maybe. And then you look at a little bit more detail and you think, no, that can't possibly be right. Now is absolutely not the time to start withdrawing funding from the Dewsbury Blueprint and the Dewsbury Town Centre Action Plan. Things are moving in Dewsbury. We're looking forward to a new market. The Queensway Arcade has been purchased. A number of things happening there. That can't be stopped at any stage. I found it quite interesting, the increase in funds for a feasibility study into town and village hubs. but no indicative cost beyond the first year. It's just a feasibility study. Yet we've heard from Conservative members how important it is to increase that digital connectivity in rural areas. Well, if that's the case, then put something in there to display exactly the same. I agree with colleagues. What assumptions the Conservative group know that we don't know as to how indeed business rates could be collected any quicker or any more fuller. Again, as members have said, I would not want to be in the shoes of the officers and cabinet members who have to have the decision of which carers and which service users we have to cut from our provision of adult social care. Places like Dewsbury West, there is a high proportion of carers, unpaid carers, young carers, and indeed vulnerable people, and I would not want to see any of those care packages pulling away from those people. It's also been mentioned that in some respects, there is a bit of an attack on democracy here, an attack on quality assurance, reducing the size of the corporate office, reducing the level of governance arrangements that we have, concluding the Democracy Commission, and exactly this is not the right time to be doing those kind of things. This is a time where we need to be pushing forward with democracy so that we have an inclusive council. I won't go on too much further. Like some people in the room or on the screen, we've been homeschooling our children. So I've been doing the same for a year with the wife. So I've marked the Conservative amendment an E-, Mr. Mayor. Must try harder. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can we have Councillor Harpreet Opal, please?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quite a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said, so I won't go on for too long, I promise. Look, I don't think anyone wants to put up council tax, and they particularly don't want to be putting it up by 5% year on year. It's not fair to local residents when, you know, taxation, an additional tax is getting passed on to them. I note the alarm in the Conservative amendment about this, I do, but I do believe it is disingenuous to say that we can resolve some of this or all of it by resolving inefficiencies in the council or by making it more effective, especially when in reality 60p of every pound has been cut in the central government grant that we receive in this council. Councillor Kendricks already mentioned the 2.6 billion that the LGA say we need that councils need to plug the COVID funding gap. And they also said, the LGA also said in their submission that for the budget, that it is time now to set out a clear timescale with specific deadlines for how reforms to adult social care, pensions, eligibility and funding will be introduced. You know, everyone's right. It's been going on for far too long. We all want, I think we would all say we want change to social care. And sometimes that means we have to speak to our own peers and challenge them and say, look, we need to do better. You know, and I would say we all need to say that. Particularly, one of the reasons it's important is because some of the official data on coronavirus-related deaths by occupation in England and Wales shows that those in social care occupations had statistically significantly higher rates of death involving COVID-19 when compared with rates of deaths in the general population among those of the same age and sex. So, you know, that's why it's important, really. And that's why we've all got to have the courage to speak up on this, all of us, to our own parties and to other parties as well. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can we have Councillor Vivian Hamilton, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, a little bit of technical trouble there. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank the officers for their hard work on all of the party budgets, not just the main one. I'd like to remind the Labour administration, you do know that the council officers signed off on our amendment and deemed it viable. They are your officers, Councillor Pandor, and they said that our budget was good, it was viable, it was solid. So I can and do support the Conservative budget. It is a budget that delivers more for less, more services and better services. and at a lower cost to our residents. This is especially important during the current crisis we are living through right now. The Conservative budget delivers services that our residents need: better bulky waste collections, improved access at the tips, cleaner streets, money for increased Wi-Fi connectivity, a service that's vital right now. Employing a dedicated Section 106 officer is being prudent. Too often these councillors fail to collect the Section 106 money that developers have agreed to pay at the time of planning permission being granted. Contributions that should be paid to improve local services, education and the highway networks. A dedicated officer will prevent these losses and local services will benefit, as will the council funds. The council taxpayers should not be expected to pay more to make up for such losses. An extra 10 million for road surfacing, a much needed investment if ever there was one. People say they know when they've crossed the border into Kirklees, as driving in their car is comparable to being trapped in a washing machine on full spin speed. The highway network is dreadful. It's absolutely dreadful. I'm worried that one day while I'm driving, the police will stop me and ask me if I've been drinking. My reply would have to be, no, officer, I'm just swerving around all the potholes. Residents are sick and tired of the damage to their vehicles, to their backs, whilst driving on this rotting highway network that we have in Kirklees. I'm sure it's better value for money to repair the roads than to pay out compensation for damage to residents' vehicles. I cannot support the Labour administration budget. A full 5% rise when people are losing their jobs. Many people are furloughed and living on reduced income. Some have no income at all. A full 5% and not much to show for it either. Rotten roads, fly tipping everywhere, less services being delivered. Services that are vital to the well-being of our residents. Years upon years of increases and years upon years of ever decreasing services. It's not acceptable. The Labour budget is not supporting people. It's helping to tax them into welfare. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can we have Councillor Donna Bellamy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak to support the Conservative amendment. Roads are appalling in Colne Valley, and the Labour budget doesn't go anywhere near into addressing this. The Conservative amendment adds funding to improve the road structure across the borough. Every day I receive numerous messages and calls from residents about the state of the roads, with the potholes, flooding and the lack of winter maintenance, leading to complaints of damage to vehicles that have been caused by the substandard road network in the area. If we don't invest in the road network, how do we expect residents to get to work and those essential workers to get to work, to earn an income to pay the proposed council tax rise proposed by this Labour administration? Without this extra funding into the road network, more and more residents will be putting claims into the council for the damage caused by the roads to their vehicles, costing this council more. I can't support this Labour budget, but I will be supporting the Conservative amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can we have Councillor Afaq Butt, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'd actually cancelled my request to speak.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Can we have Councillor Michael Watson, please?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Gosh, if anybody is watching this meeting tonight who doesn't know Kirklees, then I think they'd probably come away with a pretty grim view of the area. What I've heard tonight is socialist after socialist banging on about the state of the area, very often repeating themselves, but talking about the state of housing, crumbling buildings, adult care, human misery, austerity, crisis, inequalities, and almost as though they're trying to blame the Tories for mismanaging Kirklees for the recent years. We have to remember who's actually been running the show around here, and so to sit there reeling off all these abject failures seems somewhat counterproductive. I've heard a lot of negativity tonight, a massive amount of negativity, and Councillor McGuinn touched on that. And you know, this is very much focused on looking backwards. You know, we keep hearing the same old thing. It's 2008, bankers destroying the economy. It's all the fault of the Conservatives. Austerity. Well, let's not forget that since 2008, since all those years, we've had a number of general elections, and it would seem that the British public just disagree. I'd take the opportunity to remind everyone that we had a general election just over a year ago, and the British public returned a Conservative government with an 80-seat majority. So it would appear that the majority of people in the country do not agree with the Labour group. Now, you know, let's cut some of the negativity. Let's be positive. Let's look forward. You know, we have a government that's driving forward the vaccine programme. We've got a vaccine programme that's shaming Europe, shaming the lethargy of the European Union, and we've delivered on Brexit, and we can look forward hopefully to a better summer and so forth. So come on, let's have a bit more positivity about our area and the prospects going forwards. And looking at the prospects going forwards, I would look at this budget as an investment proposal to the people of Denby Dale. A sales pitch, effectively, from a service provider who's trying to persuade me to invest an extra 5% in buying the services that they provide. Whereas the Conservative amendment says, no, let's just take a step back. Let's be a little bit more cautious here. And before we throw another 5% at this service provider, let's look at actually what they've provided. And for example, Councillor Khan just dismisses, just out of hand dismisses the service that we receive in relation to bins and so forth. But actually, looking at it from the potential of an investor in Denby Dale who's being asked to invest an extra 5% per annum in this service provision, the history's not great. The issues that really do seem to bother these potential investors are the bins, they are the tips, they are fly tipping, they are roads, road furniture, gullies. We don't get gullies cleaned. The council's policy, as far as I can see, is we don't empty gullies until somebody tells us that they're full and their property's being flooded. So, you know, the roads, the markings, the potholes, we've heard all about that tonight. Grit bins, people would like some more grit bins from this service provider. They'd like some more gritting. Overall, the service, the issues that actually really matter to the people that contact me on a day in, day out basis are these nitty gritty, day in, day out problems that they face. And this is what they want to see. They want to see improvements in these services. And before they start investing any more money in these services, they'd actually just like to see that with the money that's been given previously, that there's actually an ability to provide these services effectively and efficiently. So what I would say to the council tonight is, no, we shouldn't be throwing more money into this pit. What we should be doing is we should be holding the council tax, and we should be focusing on actually proving to the people of Denby Dale that we can actually deliver what they need within the resources that we've already got. Because year on year, we see the council coming back with a proposal to those investors in Denby Dale to say, give us another 5%, invest another 5%.
30 seconds.
But they just don't see the returns on that investment.
Right, thank you for that. Can we have Councillor David Hall, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some general remarks, really, to put some of this debate into context. Socialism, of course, is based on two things. It's based on lies, and it's based on fear. First of all, the tactic is convince people they are victims, demonize the enemy by spreading lies about them. And the unfortunate thing is that because they talk to a lot of people who don't talk to anybody else, in other words, they're talking to themselves all the time, some of them start to even believe some of the lies that they're perpetuating, and they are deceiving themselves. So let's put some of these lies out of their misery. The first is that we have been accused that the Conservative amendment, there would be cuts to adult care services. Anybody who has read our amendment will see there are absolutely no cuts whatever to adult care services. It is exactly the same expenditure as the Labour budget. Where we do differ is that you want to raise a tax by 1.5% this year by 3% this year to pay for it. We're going to raise tax this year and defer some to next year, and we're going to provide the rest out of reserves. These reserves that suddenly appear year after year as the Labour squirrels away its nuts. And of course, it's disingenuous to suggest there'd be any cuts under our amendment to adult social care. It's another lie, another example of campaigning by frightening vulnerable people. Line number 2, a popular myth that there's some kind of 14 million black hole that's being created by the government. Not true, of course. Back in September, the administration's own paper said that they were fearing a £7.7 million overspend this year due to COVID. By November, that had decreased to somewhat over £5 million. And by the latest reports from the administration, they are anticipating no overspend at all this year. Every single amount that the council has had to spend because of this COVID, continuation, has been replaced by central government just as they promised it would be. There we are. That's line number 2, nailed. Line number 3, that efficiencies are not achievable. Well, we put in there that we would expect to see a faster return to business rates. This is in the Labour budget. It's an option that's there. The Labour group have decided that they don't agree with that, and we have decided we do agree with it. But it was put down there as an option, and we've taken it. It is perfectly possible. Line number 4, we would cut the corporate centre. There is no cuts in our budget amendment to the corporate centre, but neither is there the growth that the Labour want, because we think we should use some of the talent that is already undeniably there in our officer corps, to use some of that talent to do the kind of things that need to be done at the corporate centre without further expenditure. Line number 5, we want to stop all the spending on Dewsbury and Huddersfield action plans. That's not correct either. We have deferred some of the payment on that because we believe that those plans do not allow for a post-COVID environment. Retail will have changed by the time we get through COVID, undeniably, and yet the council presses ahead like an oil tanker heading for the rocks. It's not for turning, it's going to press ahead with its plans, whatever. There needs to be a slowdown, it needs re-evaluating. Frankly, Mr. Mayor, the Labour Party is a disgrace. They do score poor seconds in elections, as we know. They lose and they lose again. And every time they demonstrate they're completely out of touch with the electorate, as we've seen from the remarks about roads and bins that they've made tonight. The Conservative amendment seeks to do 2 things. It seeks to improve services and it seeks to keep costs down. Now, if Labour doesn't agree with either of those things, they really have no business being here or representing the poor taxpayers of Kirklees.
We've finished Councillor David Oria. Councillor Cathy Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this brief because a lot of councillors have already said what I wanted to say. But I do take exception that it's being showboating. I certainly haven't been showboating. I've been talking about my community and the people of Kirklees at the heart of what we're doing. The Conservatives are blaming councils, saying we aren't being economical. But we've had our funding, and across this country, that Labour councils have had it cut by 60%. It can't be pulled back by being economical, and they don't want us. And you keep saying it. You don't want us to close any services. You don't want to lose any services. But well, I'm afraid something's going to have to give. You can't keep saying we need to increase. We don't need to increase council tax. Can I just remind you, on the 25th of January this year, Labour called for a vote to drop the plans to increase council tax, and Conservative MPs voted against it. Not Labour, Conservative. You forced us into a situation with the lack of funding for social care. And I don't want to be held responsible for somebody in need that we can't make a provision for. And Councillor McGuinn, you mentioned about CCTV, and it's also in your budgets as well. Well, wasn't it Eric Pickles in 2014 that outlawed for a parking CCTV vans or anything like that, labelling it as greedy councils being overzealous? That's interesting. Now you're wanting to put money back into CCTV. I'd really like to delve into that because it's been skimmed over. It's disappointing as well that you want to cut the Democracy Commission. Cross-party commitment was in on this, and it was about bringing politics and the council closer to local people. Now, in finishing this, I know we're all precious about what we want, but this is a real political challenge for all of us, and it's going to be a very hard thing to accept that everything that we hold dear to us and have done for a very long time have been overtaken by events. But one thing I will say, that things that haven't changed is the need to protect people from hunger, homelessness, unemployment, poor health, poor education, inequalities and sheer misery. And I'll say that again because that's what we're facing in our community. And I'm sorry, I can't support the Conservative amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can we have Councillor Erin Hill, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to speak against the Tory amendment. Let me say, first of all, that I find it extremely revealing that the Tories are repeatedly using party political broadcast as an insult, because I'm not insulted by an accusation of broadcasting my party's politics because I'm not ashamed of them. And I'm certainly not ashamed of being a socialist. And if the Tory benches are threatened by the very radical idea that all human beings are equal, then I hope their constituents realise whose side they're on sooner rather than later. Now, some of the comments from the Tory benches and plenty of the assumptions in their amendment require rebuttal in the strongest possible terms, because I feel extremely strongly that this level of disingenuity from politicians is dangerous and it's harmful to our democracy, let alone the functioning of this council. It leads to disillusionment, it leads to dissatisfaction, it leads to falling voter turnout, it leads to austerity-heavy, intelligence-light Tory governments that the majority of the population quite simply do not want. We need to tell the truth to our constituents, and the truth in this instance, which is provable by a very simple Google search, is that increasing council tax is a Conservative government policy. The Labour Party opposed this in Parliament and the government didn't listen. So if you Tories really think an increase in council tax is unfair, you need to put that in front of your own leader. Although I suspect he'll listen to you about as much as he listens to anybody who knows anything about anything, i.e. not at all. While nobody could have predicted the scale of the pandemic, I do feel fairly safe in saying that very few governments could have or have made a worse job of handling it. As 100,000 grieving families and the many millions more suffering from long COVID, from mental health issues, unemployment and hardship will attest. Human life is not cheap and human dignity is not cheap, and your party in government has ridden roughshod over both. And this has left us here in Kirklees in a situation which your amendment does not address. You prefer instead to be dishonest with the public again by saying outright, Councillor McGuinn, the council's sitting like a dragon on heaps of treasure which it's just choosing not to use, with hundreds of inefficient staff who've somehow survived a decade of austerity. I don't know what planet you're on. But if the best you have to say about your own amendment is, oh, it's viable, then why even bother? Because even with those wrong assumptions, your amendment fails on its own terms anyway. The main lesson of this pandemic has to be to recognise how inextricably linked we all are, whether we like it or not, whether we see it clearly or not. Because nobody who has lived through a pandemic could ever claim that there is no such thing as society. I was at the vaccination centre last week when people who'd been shielding for a year or even more than that were given their first dose of the vaccine, and I absolutely cannot praise the local rollout enough for the job they're doing under extremely difficult circumstances. But I would challenge any Tory councillor here to try and convince those people who queued early doors in the freezing cold, in wheelchairs, with carers, some on their own, after a year with their lives on hold, no human contact, as our government, your government, lagged behind the world again and again, who were given misleading advice repeatedly, who were provided with nothing but confusion and error when what for many was the worst time of their lives. Try telling them that you and your cronies in Westminster are acting purely with their interests at heart, because this is a fiscally irresponsible and largely pointless amendment that offers more uncertainty at a time when people need solidity, good leadership, responsible political leadership, which the Labour Party is stepping up to provide. Perhaps you need to ask, not if our budget is any good, but if your party is still fit for purpose, because based on this amendment and your performance tonight, it's clearly not. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can I just ask Councillor Donald Firth, do you want to put your name on the list to speak? Just unmute, please.
I have put it on the list.
No, it's not on the list, but we'll put you on the list. I think you've just put your hand up and it's not.
Yeah, well, it's down here, 9:53. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Right, no problem. We'll put your name on. That's no problem. Can we have Councillor Yusra Hussain, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So
I'm speaking against the Tory motion. There have been stark inequalities across the district, and this has been magnified on the back of this pandemic and the mismanagement of it by the Tories. I actually find it farcical that some members want the best quality services, but with little money from the Tory government, and with officers and staff to implement these, but yet they want to make the services efficient by cutting staff and officers and frontline services back. All the comments by members around place-based stuff was a result of 10 years of austerity, bins, roads, parks and museums, issues raised all as a result of the Tories' failure to invest in Kirklees as a local authority. It is the Labour Council that is trying to put money back in. I'm actually sick and tired of hearing about the Tories pretending to care about deprivation and more busy playing political games with people's lives and peddling myths each year. The opening line of this Tories amendment is a blatant lie. Tories are not giving us the funding we need. And in fact, we have £14 million less than we were promised. And that's a £40 million COVID funding gap. The business rates line is a fanciful for obvious reasons, but also this is where it's likely to be abolished as well. Furthermore, 85% of the funding that the Chancellor has talked about providing to the local government is predicted on councils making a maximum council tax increase. This is a backhand tax increase from Rishi Sunak to try and increase our taxes to plug the gaps for him while avoiding the blame and placing it on our doorstep. In fact, Labour called for a vote to drop plans to increase council tax, and this went to a vote and Tories did not support it. In fact, Keir even put pressure on Boris, and this was a vote in Parliament that took place in around January. The Conservative MPs refused to vote against the council tax hike, despite polls suggesting that 48% of the public in England opposed this. It was a Labour government, it was Keir Starmer who quote unquote said, drop these government plans to force local communities to increase council tax in the middle of a pandemic. Sorry, it was a Prime Minister, that dropped the government's plans to force local communities to increase council tax in the middle of a pandemic. Tories called for this hike, knowing it would increase average household bills up to 4.99%, a bombshell that will damage working families. We as a Labour Council are trying to undo the damage this Tory government has caused and is still continuing to do. So let's be clear here. The council tax rise is a result of direct cuts to Kirklees councils from the Tories. We've been forced, and if the Tories actually cared, they would support their residents and the Labour motion. So therefore, I'm against the Tory amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can we have Councillor Martin Bottle, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to be able to satisfy a wish I had earlier on this evening, and that was to speak in support of a budget which offers cost-effective services centred on the residents of Kirklees, and which may, if the people of Kirklees recognise the ineptitude of the socialist cabal which has run Kirklees for years, will be delivered by a competent Conservative administration in May. It would be great if the cuckoo land we just heard of a few minutes ago existed where all people were equal. But look at the prejudice we have seen for generations in Murfield, where you, the Labour administration, have sacrificed our green spaces to your friendly developers, and you have had the temerity to call our residents pretentious when they attended planning meetings. How's that for treating people equally? We have listened to the residents when they say they're angry about the poor services which the Labour Cabinet provides. We agree residents deserve better for their money, and we have set ambitious plans to upgrade many services. Earlier, we heard from a Cabinet member, and it's on YouTube, we can rewind it, that residents are not concerned about the lack of bin collections over Christmas. Mr. Mayor, if it wasn't for the furore which had arisen earlier when I showed the members backgrounds of shots from Murfield, I'd be able to show you a screenshot of the immediate furore that has aroused in Murfield when I told residents what your colleagues have been saying. Delusional, crazy and cuckoo land is what people say about the dismissive thoughts that they don't care about a lack of bin collections at Christmas. We do care, Mr. Mayor, and we would ensure that residents, like other authorities, receive that quality of service. Residents in Kirklees...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Can I just clarify? Point of explanation.
Sorry, it's not a point of point of order, and a point of personal explanation, Mr. Mayor, requires the person to have misunderstood.
Councillor Bolt, can you hang on 1 minute, please?
No, I fully understood.
Can you hang on 1 minute, please? I'm chairing the meeting, so can you please quiet? Yeah. Councillor Khan, can you please speak?
Right. Okay. Point of explanation. I said that the public care about frontline key workers and recognise that bin collections take place throughout the year, throughout all the bank holidays. I didn't say that. I didn't say what Councillor Bolt said.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Bolt, you can carry on now.
Thank you. No, you didn't say what I said. It was what Councillor Khan had said, and it's there. We'll rewind it, and don't worry, I'll publicise it, Mr. Mayor. It wasn't a point of personalisation. It was a disruptive tactic. When we ran Kirklees, and I was highways lead, we did invest in our highways. And year on year, we plan to reassert that on the highways. At that time, when we ran Kirklees, there was a £35 million deficit that we inherited from Labour and Liberal administrations. Our pledge is to invest £10 million per annum into the crumbling cart tracks of Kirklees. We will invest much needed funding into flood management. And let's face it, when we see the loony left at their worst, telling Murfield residents who have suffered the worst impacts of the floods throughout Kirklees, that it's worth the risk to build on many more houses on floodplain and water measures, we need to see mitigation from their actions.
Mr. Mayor, can I have another point of order?
It's not.
I seriously object to being called
Councillor
a loony lefty.
Councillor Khan, can you let Councillor Bolt carry on, please?
It's quite offensive. Being called a lefty loony, it's quite offensive. Can we keep this debate right?
I hope that the clock behind you will be reset to allow for the interruption.
It's offensive to be called a liar as well.
It's not point of order, so can you carry on, Councillor Bolt, please?
Can we reset the
clock? I'll give you extra time.
Thank you. As a colleague has just said, some of the things that have been coming out earlier, which we can play back, are offensive and actually are slanderous, Mr. Mayor, and they've been allowed. So our drainage improvements would ensure that gullies are cleaned much more regularly than they are when the very developers that the Cabinet are in cahoots with, or as Andrew Cooper once said, rapacious developers, are allowed through abdication of responsibility by the leadership to foul our roads and gullies. We can address that problem. We will once again invest in CCTV to address the rise in fly tipping and community safety. We tried to secure funds from a developer, but it was blocked by the Labour
planning committee. Councillor Bolt, it's 30 seconds, but you can carry on for another minute, okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. No one can claim that the Kirklees planning process is working for the benefit of our residents. Indeed, it is worth noting that whilst the leader says he is finally thinking of a climate commission, a motion passed by Murfield Town Council in response to residents' concerns that Kirklees should establish a community commission into the whole planning service is still awaiting a response from him. We would invest in staff to prevent further loss of money that the developers should pay, and we would bring forward a levy on those very
Councillor Bolt, can you hang on 1 minute? Councillor Lukage?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I should have timed that at the end of Councillor Bolt's speech. I just wanted your confirmation, please, that we have been requested to put points of order in the chat rather than interrupting speakers. Ironically.
Ironically.
Councillor Bolt.
Thank you. Carry on, Councillor Bolt.
Thank you. Thanks for the irony, Alex. We would invest in frontline staff to prevent further losses of finances from developers, and we would bring forward a levy so that those very developers paid for that staff resource. We take money from developers for things like travel plan coordinators, so contribution compliance should be a priority. We know that the Kirklees version of Dexy Hatton has been absent in the face of poor air quality problems, failing to understand their brief and vague talking of greening when they were previously dismissive of proven means to address urban pollution. Yet in Edgerton, Murfield and the very Ashbrow ward, they failed to mitigate their impact of their desire to pave paradise. These are all areas where the residents continue to report dissatisfaction with Comrade Pandora and the Huddersfield Politburo. Now is a time for change. All these things can be achieved with a lower council tax if proper efficiencies are achieved
30 seconds,
and reserves used prudently. To do that, we are sure the enlightened Kirklees residents will realise that when the 7-year rate of inflation has been 16% and the spendthrifts have been running at 33%, now is the time for change, Mr Mayor, and I'll do it in time.
Thank you. Councillor Will Simpson. Sorry.
Spoken.
Steve Hall. Is it Steve Hall? Oh, sorry. Councillor Steve Hall. Sorry about that.
Yeah, they do look alike.
You ever thought of writing scripts, Martin? You're absolutely hilarious. Yeah, another lefty socialist, and I'm glad to say it as well. First off, okay, when you get people ringing you up asking you for advice when their employer have been saying to them, if you take time off from work, you'll be disciplined and you'll also only get £95.85 for going on statutory sick pay. This is when people have been working with people that have actually got coronavirus. This is Tory Britain for you. Not very good. Right. There's been a lot of talk about 106 money tonight and employing somebody on 40,000 a year. Now, if you ask an officer in planning, you will get a result. They'll tell you where the money is, where it's being spent, and where it's still to be spent. There's no secret about it. It's there. But one thing what you seem to not listen to, or is just being on TV now again, is a fella called Genrick. Why they've wheeled him out today, I don't know. I don't even know where they hide him, but every now and again he pops his head out. Now what he's saying now is that they're going to change things yet again on permitted development. He's wanting to speed up the planning process by giving permission in principle. Now what that could well end up doing is that could be, let's see, for one thing, it will stop the public having a right to speak at public meetings because they won't even know that these planning applications are there. It could also be a death nail of the planning committees as we know them today. That obviously is where we do discuss Section 106 money. Now, this is a Tory minister that's wanting to bypass all this. I mean, I noticed, I think it was yesterday, there's something like a 45-foot mast appeared in North Kirklees with some boxes fastened at the side of it. Permitted development, no planning permission needed. Right? All done by this Conservative government. That was done in 2017, incidentally. I mean, obviously, we need Wi-Fi, but for God's sake, these developers, these communication companies, they need to ask permission and work with us, because at the end of the day, it's councillors who end up having to try to sort it out and negotiate on the public's behalf. Looking at this amendment from Conservatives, I did wonder where it was, and then, yeah, it was there. Usual thing, trade unions will cut their funding by £125,000 a year, which actually is not too bad because for umpteen years it was £500,000. Where they get that from, I've no idea. All in all, to be honest with you, a lot of stuff what I've heard tonight, it's quite obvious you don't even watch what your own government ministers are saying. So all I will say is I would urge this council, don't support the Tory amendment because it's just not worth it. It's a joke.
Yeah, thank you for that. Councillor Wilson, what's the point of explanation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just a point of personal explanation. It's going back ever so slightly, but I don't know whether Councillor Halls misunderstood something that I said, as I believe he was speaking in response to me. It was about the £14 million figure for the COVID shortfall, which he claimed was a lie in response to myself and stated that there isn't any COVID funding. The £14 million figure was the most recent figure published by the council and our senior financial officers. It does need refreshing, but I've had confirmation from those senior officers that there is still a significant funding COVID gap. So can I offer Councillor Hall the opportunity to make a point of personal explanation himself and perhaps retract his accusation of that being a lie, please?
That's fine. We're going to carry on now. Councillor Shabir Pando.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. After that scenario, I think I need to respond to some of the comments that the colleagues have made. Firstly, capitalism. We're talking about socialism. Let's talk about capitalism. Capitalism, from my point of view, is the art of giving people false sense of security. Deny the facts. They don't want to see the data. They don't listen to the perceived advice, and they deceive the working classes. That's what this is all about, trying to deceive working classes. I was going to say that it's actually give from one hand and take from the other, but in this situation, what's happened is they've taken from one hand the tune of £197 million, 10 years of austerity, and most of them cuts have actually fallen in precisely the services some of the Tory opposition members are talking about: bins, refuse collection, parks, roads, grit bins, museums, you know, all the stuff that we value as place-based stuff that we're trying to put back in. But the majority of this increase, 3%, is going to go straight into adult social care. That is what we have been doing for the last 10 years. We have been propping up social services, both children and adults, at the expense of play. We are now trying to put money back in, but our hands are tied. And this government has actually not just taken from one and given to the other, but it's actually taking and deceiving the council taxpayers by giving the impression that it's local authorities that are actually denying them the services, and we're actually trying to push the council tax base such a way that we're actually taking away hard-earned money from their pocket. It's not us that are doing this, it's the Tories that are doing it. There was a vote in Parliament. Keir Starmer called the vote. He said, let's drop this increase in council tax and let's fund local authorities properly to make sure the stuff that the Tories are talking about we put back in. Guess what happened? The Tories didn't even bother voting. They abstained. What does that tell you about our Tory MPs? The other thing is, this government is being very, very clear that they put profits before people. I don't want to raise this argument around COVID, but last year, Sir Patrick Vallance said a good outcome in terms of the death toll would be 20,000. Now, I understand that Mus Khan made a comment earlier on, and I think, David, I think you completely misquoted her. There are articles in the British Medical Journal which does actually say what Mus Khan is saying. I don't want to say too much about that, but the projection was 20,000 deaths. We are now approaching 20,000 deaths. And God help us, right? Yeah, that figure doesn't go up. So please don't try and play politics about deception, because the whole Tory budget is full of deception. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Can we have Councillor Donald Firth, please?
You can indeed. Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm just going to go around a few of these issues that have been discussed tonight. I find it's the usual budget meeting, Labour slagging everything that we've done, and it's the same. It's been the same for 30 years. It's never been any different. I can't understand why they don't sit and just listen. This It's our fault. We should have voted for it. The government suggested an increase of 5%, but that didn't mean to say we got to put it up 5%. And let's be fair, when you look at what is happening in Kirklees and what has happened over the last up to 5 years, and I do wish, by the way, that some of your Labour colleagues, Councillor Pandora, would stop going back to 2010, because it was in 2010 when the Conservative government took over and found notes all over Westminster saying, sorry, money's done, there is no money. You've got very, very short memories, you lot. You can't think beyond tomorrow. That's the problem with all of you. And I've got to be honest with you, as far as looking at where I come from, which is Holme Valley South, we've had a pretty raw deal up there, you know. We've had a raw deal from the point of the roads. The roads are just in a right mess, and it doesn't matter how often I ring, I can't get it all done. Although the government gave, I don't know, a couple of million on for potholing. Then we have the bin situation. Well, as far as I'm concerned, the bin men should have a few days at Christmas. I'm not knocking that at all. I really haven't got a complaint where I am, but we have had complaints throughout the Holme Valley of bins being left. Where I am, it's fine. I can't knock them at all. In fact, I always give them something at Christmas, but there you go. That's the difference between me and some of the other people. But the bottom line is I cannot support your budget. It's a budget of, well, it's going to bring more people to the food banks, for starters. We've got people, even in Holme Valley South, elderly people who can't afford to just about compare the council tax this year. God knows what it'll be like when it goes up 5%. And you've got to remember, we've got a Labour group now running the parish council, spending money like it were going out of fashion. They'll be putting their precept up because they're acting like Kirklees Council, and that needs to be sorted out. It's just got to a ridiculous situation of everybody puts their hands up, and it's always the Tories that get the blame. And I'm sorry, I can't take that. I'm not having that, because I try to be a good Conservative, and I try to help people, and so do the rest of my group. And when you blame Boris Johnson for what he's done, I think it's absolutely disgusting. That man came into this job, when he got the job as a Prime Minister, he certainly didn't expect the coronavirus situation. I didn't say that. But when he actually took it over, it was like the rest of the country, the rest of the world. Nobody knew what it was about. Nobody knew how you caught it. They didn't know how to stop it. And it's actually gone on and gone on. We've now got 3 or 4 viruses, antiviruses going, which is good. But there's the South African virus, which has come from we don't know where. And that, again, is another thing. You're blaming Boris for things that in the early days for being a dictator. So what did Boris do? He pulled back on that, and he decided to soften everything up. Well, can I say, I've just been told by Councillor Pandora, who was not listening to me at all, he's doing anything but listen. He said that we estimate at 20,000 deaths, and now it's probably towards 100,000. That's not the problem. That's not Boris Johnson's fault. Can I tell you now, they're still going into Home Village on a Sunday and on a Saturday, dozens of them without masks, without leaving the cars all over. And it's a case of getting the police out to sort them out. By the time they get up there, they've all gone home. People are having to put up with that. We have to put up with all that kind of thing. I could cover planning. We get stuffed with planning on water meadows, on anything where it floods. We get planning applications, and they all, I'm sorry, Steve, but you always agree with what the officers say, lad.
Councillor Firth, you've had your time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's no further speakers, is there? Sorry. Richard Margaroyd, please. Councillor Richard Margaroyd.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it really brief. I mean, Councillor Hall mentioned the part of the Conservative budget amendment that refers to cutting trade union facility time. And I don't think anyone's really addressed that, because, you know, who knows, there may be members of the public watching at this late hour, I don't know, but it needs, I think it has to be, trade union said that trade union facility time agreements exist for a reason, and they need to be defended, and that what they serve a positive purpose, because what they do is they promote proper representation in workplaces. You get continuity of negotiations, and it actually encourages more professional, fair, balanced human relations practices that are actually based on agreements. So actually it's better to have trade union facility agreements for industrial relations, and to remove them leads to worse outcomes. So I would say they're actually better value for money, and that is why most large scale private businesses as well as public sector have trade union facility agreements. So, and I think the challenges posed by COVID-19 emphasize the importance of trade unions, not diminishes it. So I just felt that needed to be said, because this isn't some sort of, you know, luxury that you can just afford to get rid of. It's a trade union facility agreement which has to be properly funded to, you know, to allow trade union officers the time to represent their members, is part and parcel of any modern, forward-looking employer. So yet another reason to oppose a Conservative amendment.
Thank you very much for that. We shall now move to the vote on the amendments. The first vote is on the Conservative amendment. We will take this vote by roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I remind all members to unmute their microphones for the vote, please? So we're voting on the Conservative group amendment. If you could indicate for, against or abstain. Councillor Pandor?
Against.
Councillor David Hall?
For.
Councillor Lawson?
Against.
Councillor Cooper?
Against.
Councillor Greaves?
Against.
Councillor Ahmed?
Against.
Councillor Akhtar?
Against.
Councillor Allison?
Against.
Councillor Armour?
Oh.
Councillor Asif? Councillor Asif? Councillor Bellamy?
For.
Councillor Bolt?
For.
Councillor Burke?
Against.
Councillor Foot?
Against.
Councillor Dadd?
Against.
Councillor Paula Davis?
Against.
Councillor Paul Davis?
Against.
Councillor Eastwood?
Against.
Councillor Donald Firth?
Unmute Donald.
It's not there. It's gone walkabout.
Come back again at the end. Councillor Eric Firth?
Against.
Councillor Granger Mead?
For.
Councillor Steve Hall?
Against.
Councillor Holmes?
For.
Councillor Hill?
Against.
Councillor Homewood?
Against.
Councillor Mumtaz Hussain?
Against.
Councillor Yusra Hussain?
Against.
Councillor Iredale?
Against.
Councillor Korshik? Councillor Korshik?
You're on mute, Manisha.
Councillor
Against.
Councillor Kendrick?
Against.
Councillor Khan?
Against.
Councillor Lees Hamilton?
For.
Councillor Lee Richards?
Against.
Councillor Lunat?
Against.
Councillor Lowe?
Against.
Councillor Lukic?
Against.
Councillor Lyons?
Against.
Councillor Marchington?
Against.
Councillor Mather?
Against.
Councillor McBride?
Against.
Councillor McGuinn.
For.
Councillor Monroe.
Against.
Councillor Murgatroyd.
Against.
Councillor O'Donovan.
Against.
Councillor Patrick.
For.
Councillor Patterson. Councillor Patterson.
For. Against.
Councillor Pervez.
What about Councillor Firth? Hello?
I'll come. Councillor Donald Firth.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Pervez. Against. Thank you. Councillor Amanda Pinnock.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Pinnock.
Against.
Councillor Kath Pinnock.
Against.
Councillor Sarwar.
Against.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Simpson.
Against.
Councillor Smage.
For.
Councillor Anthony Smith.
Against.
Councillor Richard Smith.
For.
Councillor Sokol.
Against.
Councillor John Taylor.
For.
Councillor Kath Taylor.
For.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Uller.
Against.
Councillor Uppal.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Warner.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor White.
Against.
Councillor Zaman.
Again.
Thank you. I'll just go back to Councillor Asif
Against.
and Councillor Donald first. We've got. Okay. I'll just pass to the monitoring officer now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members. That amendment is not carried.
Okay, I will move to the next one. The next vote is on the Green amendment. We will now take this vote by roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members again, for, against, or abstain on the Green amendment. Councillor Pandor.
Against.
Councillor David Hall.
Against.
Councillor Lawson.
Abstain.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Greaves.
Abstain.
Councillor Ahmed.
Against.
Councillor Akhtar.
Against.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Armour.
Against.
Councillor Asif.
Against.
Councillor Bellamy.
Against.
Councillor Bolt.
Ooh, against.
Councillor Burke.
Abstain.
Councillor Butt.
Against.
Councillor Dadd.
Against.
Councillor Paolo Davis.
Abstain.
Councillor Paul Davis.
Against.
Councillor Eastwood.
Abstain.
Councillor Donald Firth. Councillor Donald Firth. Councillor Eric Firth.
Against.
Councillor Granger Mead.
Against.
Councillor Steve Hall.
Against.
Councillor Holmes.
Against.
Councillor Hill.
Against.
Councillor Homewood.
Against.
Councillor Mumtaz Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Yusra Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Iredale. Councillor Korshik.
Against.
Councillor Kendrick.
Against.
Councillor Khan.
Against.
Councillor Lees Hamilton. Councillor Lee Richards.
For.
Councillor Lunat.
Against.
Councillor Lowe.
Against.
Councillor Lukic.
For.
Councillor Lyons.
Abstain.
Councillor Marchington.
Abstain.
Councillor Mather.
Against.
Councillor McBride. Councillor McGuinn.
Against.
Councillor Munro.
Abstain.
Councillor Firth against.
Won't you flipping
Thank
turn?
you. Councillor Murgatroyd.
Abstain.
Councillor O'Donovan.
Against.
Councillor Patrick.
Against.
Councillor Patterson.
Against.
Councillor Pervez.
Against.
Councillor Amanda Pinnock.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Pinnock.
Abstain.
Councillor Kath Pinnock.
Abstain.
Councillor Sarwar.
Against.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Simpson.
Against.
Councillor Smage.
Against.
Councillor Anthony Smith.
Abstain.
Councillor Richard Smith.
Against.
Councillor Sokol.
Against.
Councillor John Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Kath Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Thompson.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Uller.
Against.
Councillor Uppal.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Warner.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor White.
Abstain.
Councillor Zaman.
Against.
Thank you. I'll just pass to the monitoring officer.
Thank you, members. The amendment is not carried.
Thank you for that. The next vote is the independent amendment. We will now take this vote by roll call.
Thank you. Members again for, against or abstain on the independent amendment. Councillor Pandor.
Against.
Councillor David Hall.
Against.
Councillor Lawson.
Abstain.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Greaves.
For.
Councillor Ahmed.
Against.
Councillor Akhtar.
Against.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Armour.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I'm against it.
Councillor Asif.
Against.
Councillor Bellamy.
Against.
Councillor Bolt.
Against.
Councillor Burke.
Abstain.
Councillor Butt.
Against.
Councillor Dadd.
Against.
Councillor Paula Davis.
Abstain.
Councillor Paul Davis.
Against.
Councillor Eastwood.
Abstain.
Councillor Donald Firth. Councillor Donald Firth.
Someone done
Councillor Eric Firth.
Again.
Councillor Granger Mead. Councillor Granger Mead.
Against.
Councillor Steve Hall.
Against.
Councillor Holmes.
Against.
Councillor Hill.
Against.
Councillor Homewood.
Against.
Councillor Mumtaz Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Yusra Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Iredale.
Abstain.
Councillor Korshik.
Against.
Councillor Kendrick.
Against.
Councillor Khan.
Against.
Councillor Elise Hamilton.
Against.
Councillor Lee Richards.
For.
Councillor Lunat.
Against.
Councillor Lowe.
Against.
Councillor Lukic.
For.
Councillor Lyons.
For.
Councillor Marchington.
Abstain.
Councillor Mather.
Against.
Councillor McBride. Councillor McGuinn.
Against.
Bernard.
Councillor Munro.
Abstain.
Councillor Murgatroyd.
Against.
Councillor O'Donovan.
Gone.
Councillor O'Donovan.
Against.
Councillor Patrick.
Against.
Councillor Patterson.
Against.
Councillor Pervez.
Gone.
Councillor Pervez. Councillor Amanda Pinnock.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Pinnock.
Abstain.
Councillor Kath Pinnock.
Abstain.
Councillor Sarwar.
Against.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Simpson.
Against.
Councillor Smage.
Against.
Councillor Anthony Smith.
Abstain.
Councillor Richard Smith.
Against.
What did
Councillor
I
Sokol.
not hear it?
Councillor
I'm
Sokol.
Sorry.
Councillor Sokol.
Yeah, ask her to
Yeah,
say her name
against.
again.
Against.
Councillor John Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Kath Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Thompson.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Uller.
Against.
Councillor Uppal.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Warner.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor White.
For.
Councillor Zaman.
Councillor Firth against.
Thank you. Councillor Pervez. No. Councillor Zaman.
Against.
Okay, thank you. I just passed to the monitoring officer.
The amendment is not carried. Thank you, members.
Thank you for that. So we move on to the next vote is the Liberal Democrats. We will now take this vote by roll call.
Thank you. On the Liberal Democrat amendment, for, against or abstain, Councillor Pandor.
Against.
Councillor David Hall.
Against.
Councillor Lawson.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
Abstain.
Councillor Greaves.
Abstain.
Councillor Ahmed.
Again.
Councillor Akhtar.
Against.
Councillor Allison.
Abstain.
Councillor Armour.
Against.
Councillor Asif.
Against.
Councillor Bellamy.
Against.
Councillor Bolt.
Against.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Butt.
Against.
Councillor Dadd.
Against.
Councillor Paola Davis.
For.
Councillor Paul Davis.
Against.
Councillor Eastwood.
For.
Councillor Donald Firth.
Against.
Councillor Eric Firth.
Against.
Councillor Granger Mead. Councillor Granger Mead. Councillor Steve Hall.
Against.
Councillor Holmes.
Against.
Councillor Hill.
Against.
Councillor Homewood.
Against.
Councillor Mumtaz Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Yusra Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Iredale.
For.
Councillor Kaushik.
Against.
Councillor Kendrick.
Against.
Councillor Khan.
Against.
Councillor Elise Hamilton.
Against.
Councillor Lee Richards.
Abstain.
Councillor Lunat.
Against.
Councillor Lowe.
Against.
Councillor Lukic.
For.
Councillor Lyons.
Abstain.
Councillor Marchington.
For.
Councillor Mather.
Against.
Councillor McBride.
Against.
Councillor McGuinn.
Against.
Councillor Monroe.
For.
Councillor Murgatroyd.
Against.
Councillor O'Donovan.
Against.
Councillor Patrick.
Against.
Councillor Patterson.
Against.
Councillor Pervez. Councillor Pervez. Councillor Amanda Pinnock.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Kath Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Sarwar.
Against.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Simpson.
Against.
Councillor Smage.
Against.
Councillor Anthony Smith.
For.
Councillor Richard Smith.
Against.
Oh, it's come back on.
Councillor Sokol.
Against.
Councillor John Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Kath Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Thompson.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Uller.
Against.
Councillor Uppal.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Warner.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor White.
Abstain.
Councillor Zaman.
Against.
Okay, and we'll go back to Councillor Granger Mead. And Councillor Pervez.
I'm back in again.
Oh, who's speaking?
Against.
Is that Councillor Pervez?
It is.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Granger Mead?
Yes.
No. Okay, I'll pass to the monitoring officer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members. The Liberal Democrat amendment has not been carried.
Thank you for that. All amendments have now been voted upon and no amendments have carried. We will now move to the vote upon the original motion. Are there any further comments on the original motion? Yeah, Councillor David Hall, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a truth to say that the debate has been generally poor tonight. Budget debate should really be about contrasting ideas and about how best we can serve the people of the borough, and instead it started off with a series of quite offensive left-wing rants displaying at best ignorance and half-truths. Unfortunately, the kind of stuff one would have hoped would have faded away with Comrade Corbyn. The actual debate on the substance of the council's budget seems to have passed the administration by, and instead they talk to themselves again as the only audience. I really feel, Mr. Mayor, that the whole budget process is really a sham. The administration should be looking at the money that it's got and decide whether it has enough to provide the services next year. If it decides it hasn't enough money, it must decide whether to cut costs or increase tax. Simple choices. Unfortunately, Labour always chooses to increase tax, 33% over the last 7 years. They never seem to seek to challenge the corporation with further efficiencies. It's always the easy option. It's always the lazy option. Clobber the public. And no doubt it'll be the same with the Fire Authority. It'll be the same with the Police and Crime Commissioner. It would be so refreshing, Mr. Mayor, to actually hear the leader of the council say, we have identified better ways of working, smarter ways of working, which will improve services without increasing the council tax. And it can be done, Mr. Mayor, so long as there is political will and political ability. And sadly, again, the Labour administration has shown it has neither the will nor the ability to set a budget without a swinging council tax increase. Even the leader a few minutes ago demonstrated that he has little grasp of his own figures. Now, let me think, who was it said that raising council tax this year would be irresponsible? It was Sir Keir Starmer, fancy that, saviour of the Labour Party. But the buzzword tonight, Mr. Mayor, seems to have been sticking plasters. At the rate that Labour is driving this borough into the ground, I'm afraid Kirklees is going to need a lot more than sticking plasters. It's going to need resuscitation. This budget is indeed devoid of ideas. It's devoid of ambition. It's sadly devoid of any empathy with the council taxpayers. It's a wasted opportunity and an abrogation of responsibility, and it should be treated with the contempt it deserves. I have actually, Mr. Mayor, just been handed an item of late news. The local government finance settlement was passed tonight in Parliament, including the council tax and social care precept flexibilities, unopposed by Labour or the Lib Dems. So perhaps the Labour councillors could just thank their MPs for their support in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can we have Councillor Leslie Warner?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, obviously we're all tired and it's been a long session. And as far as possible, I want to get away from the polarity and look at the bigger picture and ask people just for a moment to just lose their mindset and think about the horrendous year our country and the world have been through, and the fact that despite the horrors of this year, some of the richest people on this planet have got even richer, including in this country, not least by cronyism and PPE. And the reason the vaccination programme is such a success is because it's been given back to the NHS to run. And one good story, I noticed one councillor was saying no good news. In fact, one of the best stories of this year has been the fact that whatever problem with whoever who was poor, had nowhere to live, didn't have food, the mutual aid groups that have sprung up, and the one I'm very active in Slowett and in Colne Valley, we've all worked together really well with both officers, across party, and there hasn't been a single issue we have not been able to deal with. And, you know, it really upsets me to see that with so much poverty and so much deprivation, people want to talk about cutting budgets when people's lifestyles are at stake, when we've got more and more people, not only with no jobs, but with 0 hours contracts. I do not understand the politics of some of our members at all. I don't know which planet they live on. But, you know, I am really proud to be supporting the Labour budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can we have Councillor Graham Turner, please?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As has been said many times tonight, no one likes raising taxes. After all, we all pay council tax. Much has been made on the impact of on residents who are struggling during the current economic downturn. We recognise that, and that's why we have included in our budget continued extra support for those who qualify for our council tax reduction scheme by continuing the extra £150 support we introduced during the pandemic, money that helps those most in need. The Chancellor said that local authorities will see a tax uplift of 4.5%. However, 85% of that is predicated on councils raising tax by 1.9% and taking the 3% adult social care precept. Smoke and mirrors yet again. As we all know, that the Chancellor has a huge deficit, and at some point he will need to start paying for this pandemic, and he's asking the LAs by default to raise an adult social care precept is a first step in this process. He's passing the tax book to local authorities. It's not us, Gov. Blame your local councillors for the council tax increase. Raising tax through council tax is unfair, it's regressive, and raises different amounts in different parts of the country, irrespective of need. Yes, we have had a lot of money from government, and that's much appreciated and welcome, but it's still not quite what we were promised. Local authorities have been the forefront of fighting the pandemic, and they've done a great job, despite the effects of 10 years of the failed political policy of austerity on staff levels and resources. But the staff all pulled together and went above and beyond to do everything they could to support our residents. So having seen how vital and important local authorities are to the very fabric of our society, what would we have done without strong local authorities and their fantastic staff? And just now, and how have they been rewarded? A pay freeze. Pay freeze for those staff who went above and beyond what anybody could honestly expect, especially in the early days when the dangers of COVID were not fully understood. Added to this was the abject failure of the government to get its act together on PP. This Labour group budget is ambitious, it's investment-led, it invests in our people, our places, our residents. It protects those most in need. Finally, can I thank our Section 151 officer and his team for the time and effort that has gone into preparing this budget. No one knows better than me how much time and effort it takes to get to this point. Mr. Mayor, I urge everyone to support this well thought out, costed, balanced budget this evening.
Thank you. Councillor James Homewood.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've heard some of the comments made earlier, and I think the suggestion is that, in arguing for our motion as a Labour group, we've been negative. I don't think that's the case, and I think we've actually got a very positive budget motion to put forward. Of course, we need to call out the challenges that we have and the inequalities. That's really important to do. But I think we also do have a really positive case to make, and I'd like to pull out a bit of that now. But I'd also like to say we do need to think about the context that the budget's being set in this year, the COVID situation and the impact that it's had on local government finance. Whether it's 14 million shortfall or slightly less or slightly more, we know there is a shortfall there. And we also know that earlier this week, the Financial Times was reporting that at least 12 English councils are in rescue talks with the government because of the budget issues. So I think we really need to understand that context. And I think when you look at that, you can see the way that we as administration have managed our budget over the last few years, that we've actually been prudent, we've been sensible. And because of that, we've been able to be agile in responding to the COVID crisis. And we've actually got a budget where we can show some ambition and some investment in the future of Kirklees. And I think that's really important, and we shouldn't forget that. So, I really don't agree with those kind of charges that made that it's all negative. I just wanted to focus maybe on the growth and regeneration aspect in the budget, which I think is a really, really good news story. One of the things we know is that because of the way that the society has been changing, town centres and village centres have really struggled recently. With retail moving out, with more people working from home. And it's actually been COVID that's been a catalyst for that, and we're seeing that happen more and more quickly. So I think that investment in our town centres is absolutely paramount in driving our recovery from COVID. Not only just the economic recovery, but what is it that people are going to need coming out of COVID? They're going to need places where they can socialise, cultural experiences, things to enjoy in life. And that's what we need to invest in. So I really don't understand the idea that we ought to put on hold the plans that we have, hold back the investment, think again. Actually, it's even more paramount that we do it. I don't think the circumstances have changed because of COVID as such. I think they've just been accelerated. So I think we really, really need to undertake that investment. And as we said, yes, the major towns is where a lot of the money's been spent. But actually, we do have that investment in the smaller towns and settlements as well. And we don't all represent a ward in Huddersfield or Dewsbury, but even those outside that, they do use our town centres for socialising, for visiting restaurants, for meeting friends, for shopping, etc. And that provision does need to be there, and it does affect everyone. And just as Councillor McBride was saying earlier, I think a £50 million investment in Huddersfield over the next 18 months, that's massive. The transformation that can provide is really exceptional. And this isn't some sort of like pipe dream or long-term aspiration that isn't going to be delivered. It's happening right now. And as we've said, we've got the George Hotel, we've got all these pieces of activity that are going on, and the transformation that we're making right here and right now. We've had a bit of a debate tonight, and I think, I'm not against some kind of like name calling, whether it be socialist cabal, Kirklees Politburo, all that kind of fun. But I think there's actually a reality to it. Who is actually investing in Kirklees and delivering the services and the investment that people want to see to regenerate this town? And it's the Labour administration here in Kirklees. We've heard so much from the government about what they're going to do to level up, but we haven't actually seen it come to fruition. It's actually Labour councils and Labour administrations like here in Kirklees that are delivering that. So I think we do have a good news story. And everything that I've heard in this budget is about Labour investment, as opposed to what it sounded to me like in a lot of those Conservative comments, which was a kind of asset stripping approach. I don't think that's what we need in Kirklees, and I think we've got a good plan. So, as I say, Mr. Mayor, I've come to a finish now, and all I say is I think we do have a positive story. I'm very happy to support this budget motion, and I hope others will do too. Thanks a lot.
Councillor Darren O'Donovan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's funny. Councillor Hall mentioned this polarised opinions that we've heard tonight, and then suggested that there was some level of lazy decision making around council tax, around local authority and fire and police. And it's nearly 11 o'clock in the evening. We've been here since 5:30. Cabinet members, leaders, opposition members have worked on their budget amendments with officers for some time. I think to give reassurance to any members of the public that are still here with us tonight, that there is absolutely no level of lazy decision making. I don't think from any of the political groups and the people here at 11 o'clock on this phone call. You know, officers will have been working beyond their usual hours. Councillors are here at 11 o'clock in an evening and have studied budget papers for the last few days and weeks as well. So I think to give the public the confidence that, you know, this is a considered, prudent, responsible budget, and as the opposition members have said throughout the course of the evening, it presents differences of opinion, and sometimes we shouldn't see any different to that, really. This is how we as a Labour group choose to run our budget, and other opposition groups, if they run power, would choose their own method of doing that, and that's absolutely fine. And I don't think we should I think we should watch our words carefully when we are describing how we take our decisions. So the public, I think, understand that we're in a position of responsibility, and they're not, and the opposition groups aren't either. I think what they want is to make sure that this council, their council, runs a balanced budget, manages the money prudently. I think they get the fact that there's differences of opinion, and we spend money here and others might spend money somewhere else. I think the public will understand that. So I'm happy that this is a prudent and responsible investment budget, and happy to support it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Will Simpson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just firstly, Councillor David Hall is someone that I've liked since I joined the council, and I do think he's principled, and I've usually found him very measured. So I was surprised that he's come across to me quite aggressively tonight, and I am personally quite disappointed that he's come back in after my point of personal clarification earlier and not corrected himself for having said something that wasn't true, which has been confirmed by a senior officer in his statement, and accused me of having lied about that, when in fact, you know, it was Councillor Hall's comment that wasn't accurate, and I thought he'd be the kind of person that would in the least acknowledge that and set the record straight, if not apologise. So I'm disappointed that he's come back in and not done that. But I just want to thank, I think I'm the last person to speak, so I really do want to thank all of the officers and the Cabinet, and in particular Eamon Croston and Councillor Turner for all the work that they've put into it. You know, this time last year, we announced an ambitious budget last year as well that was full of investment and aspiration for our communities to face up to the challenges that we faced. You know, and, you know, it hasn't quite been the year that we were expecting when we passed that budget then. But the challenge that we face now is much bigger, and it's much more important than ever. There's still those challenges before, they've been made more difficult, and there's new ones as well. But I take great pride in the fact that our budget, our ambition, hasn't fallen to the wayside or shrunk in its intent in any of that. This is a budget which will rise to the challenges that we're facing. You know, in the most difficult times when Tory councils like Bolton cut services, cut council tax support for residents who are struggling, and increase council tax at the same time, building back better is our priority, and that's what this budget delivers. So I'm really pleased to support it.
Right, thank you for that. Right of reply, Councillor Pando.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't take long, but I just need to reply back in terms of what we have done. David said that we haven't done anything. Just to put things into context, we've lost £197 million as a result of direct government funds. The 33% Councillor Hall referred to, he's right, but that's been a direct result of government policy since 2010. We've co-located our staff in different buildings. We've worked in better partnership with our partners. We've redesigned services. We've actually cut 1,000 staff. That's not a proud thing to say, but we have lost some extremely good staff. That's what the 10 years of austerity has done. And these are facts. We've got our assistant directors from where they were to literally a handful. As you know, we lost half of our senior management team, and we're trying to put that capacity back in. We've gone digital by design, so where we can, we are using IT to make sure that we deliver better, more effective, more efficient services. And where people haven't got IT services, we've developed services to make sure that we provide that service. Above all, we've safeguarded adult social care and children's services. And these are two key priorities, right? We must keep in front of us, because these things are very easily put on one side. But when things go wrong, they go really badly wrong. And we saw evidence of that a few years ago. But however, I'm really proud that as a council, we managed to pull together and get children's services back on track. And that's what it's about. And I hope that we can put this debate to one side and move forward. We've kept our town halls. We've kept our museums where we can. We've done wonderful work with our show start centres, not exactly what we wanted to do. Libraries, we've kept them open where we can. We've got volunteers involved, and our asset base, we've tried to keep it intact. But having said that, in reality is that we have lost a lot of stuff. And the whole idea is we have had cuts in services. No matter who you ask, they will say that is a fact. One thing I want to say is I actually agree with John Taylor, what he said right at the beginning, that these have been very challenging times. There is a lot of uncertainty, and government has actually put in a lot of investment as a result of the COVID crisis. But there's still further resources that we are waiting for. I'm confident by working with government that we will get a new tranche of more resources, hopefully in the not too distant future, because Will is right. We have got £14 million that has propped up those services, and that is money that is due to us. So we need more government support. The LGA, which is headed by James Jamieson, he has been very, very clear. The £2.2 billion that is going to be raised by council tax, 85% of that will be raised at a local level, and you can only raise that by increasing council tax to 4.99%. Also, and again, this is not point scored, a lot of Conservative county councils and district councils are also in the same situation as we are. They are also going to raise the council tax rate to 4.99%. And I think a few of my comrades and colleagues did actually mention a few authorities. So without further ado, Mr. Mayor, first I'd like to thank everyone for the time, and let's go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We will now take this vote by roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're voting on the cabinet motion, members. If you could indicate for, against, or abstain. Councillor Pandor.
For.
Councillor David Hall.
Against.
Councillor Lawson.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Greaves.
Against.
Councillor Ahmed.
For.
Councillor Akhtar.
For.
Councillor Allison.
Against.
Councillor Armour.
Against.
Councillor Asif.
For.
Councillor Bellamy.
Against.
Councillor Bolt.
Against.
Councillor Burke.
Against.
Councillor Butt.
For.
Councillor Dadd.
For.
Councillor Paola Davis.
Against.
Councillor Paul Davis.
For.
Councillor Eastwood.
Against.
Councillor Donald Firth.
Against.
Councillor Eric Firth.
For.
Councillor Granger Mead.
Against.
Councillor Steve Hall.
For.
Councillor Holmes.
Against.
Councillor Hill. Councillor Hill.
For.
Councillor Homewood.
For.
Councillor Mumtaz Hussain.
For.
Councillor Yusra Hussain.
For.
Councillor Iredale. Councillor Idale, Councillor Korshik,
For.
Councillor Kendrick,
For.
Councillor Khan,
For.
Councillor Lees Hamilton,
Against.
Councillor Lee Richards,
Against.
Councillor Lunat,
For.
Councillor Lowe,
For.
Councillor Lukic,
Against.
Councillor Lyons,
Against.
Councillor Marchington,
Against.
Councillor Mather,
For.
Councillor McBride,
For.
Councillor McGuinn,
Against.
Councillor Monroe,
Against.
Councillor Murgatroyd,
For.
Councillor O'Donovan,
For.
Councillor Patrick,
Against.
Councillor Patterson,
For.
Councillor Pervez,
For.
Councillor Amanda Pinnock,
For.
Councillor Andrew Pinnock,
Against.
Councillor Kath Pinnock,
Against.
Councillor Sarwar,
For.
Councillor Scott,
For.
Councillor Simpson,
For.
Councillor Smage, Councillor Anthony Smith, Councillor Richard Smith,
Against.
Councillor Sokol,
For.
Councillor John Taylor,
Against.
Councillor Kath Taylor,
Against.
Councillor Thompson,
Against.
Councillor Turner,
For.
Councillor Uller,
For.
Councillor Uppal,
For.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Warner,
For.
Councillor Watson,
Against.
Councillor White,
Against.
Councillor Zaman,
For.
Councillor Iredale. No, okay, it'll just pass to the monitoring officer. Thank you.
Okay, members, the motion is carried.
Thank you for that. The budget motion has been carried. I shall now close the meeting. Thank you for your attendance and keep safe. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone.